Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it.
Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip cold winter. I'm eating good. I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides with me. Check, come and check, leaving flex season 12, come and get me. Gil to run around high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, Gil the whiplash. Slide through hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still at it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. Being me so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, extra, read about it. Headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my court, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the maid service don't come unless you bringin' condoms to me.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping.
Good morning, everybody. It's another Monday on the Trigger Mike Show. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. Today is Monday, February 13th, day before Valentine's Day, 2023. Hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. Hope you had good times with your families. Hope you had a good time hoeing if that's what you like doing. I hope you had a good time out. If you went to brunch yesterday, hope you're not still smacked from those bottomless mimosas because you got work today, or maybe you don't. But either way, welcome again to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. We are always excited to have you, and we got another good topic for you today. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. Also, if you are able to make a contribution to the show today, I'd ask you to do so. Humbly ask you to do so. But if you cannot do that, I need you to do right now, without leaving the stream, I need you to share this out to your Facebook news feed. All right. I need you to share this out to your Instagram chats. I need you to share this out to your WhatsApp, your group text, everybody you know who could partake in this discussion. All right. That is what I'd like you to do if you are not able to make a financial contribution to the show. Thank you. I ask you humbly. That is an excellent way to support the show. Bring more viewers to us and let them know they should like and subscribe. So if you have not already, hit that like button at the bottom. Also, subscribe to the Lapeef Network and join if you can. Show your support for this great network and everything that we're doing, not just here on the Trigger Mike Show, but we also have the Lapeef Experience channel. All right. So you want to make sure that you get all the hottest content. Lapeef Experience, you got Bridging the Gap with Kelly. You got a Chic Critique, which is a hot one. All right. Lots of viewers on Friday night. You also have The Solution. Those are the three that I can think of on the top of my head. All right. So excellent shows, excellent content for you to partake in. Only the hotness coming for you. The continuity of this content is on point. All right. Always got something for you to partake in and share your opinion on, because these are the topics that we need to be talking about, right? We're not afraid to go there. So make sure you understand and spread the word that the Lapeef Network is where it's at. Go ahead and share this stuff out for those people. All right. Who do I have in my chat this morning? AP, what's going on? Good morning. Granville Guillory, what's going on? Hope you having a safe drive this morning, my man. Jeffrey Woodland, thank you for coming through. Miss D, how you doing? Miss Jill, what's up? Ronnie, what's going on? Yeah, everybody wants that intro sample. I would like that intro sample. uh, who else we got? Marcellus Davis, what's going on? Good morning, my brother. Alonzo H, what's going on? Ooh, that's the name. Yisrael, what's going on, man? All right. Uh, Miss Williams, Green Gang, or Mr. Williams, my bad. Cat Student One, good morning. Rocco, good morning. Still got a frog. Excuse me. So, what do we have this morning for you on the Lapeef Network? Dub Will, what's going on? I see you. So, I thought about this topic a lot because what's been stewing on my mind and kind of brewing. What's going on, Enas? I've been stewing on this, thinking in my head like a lot of boys don't know what to do. They get bad advice, right? A lot of boys are suffering from just a lack of fatherhood in general, or what's more true now that the stats have come out, fathers are actually very present. It just may be that their time is marginalized due to them not being the custodial parent. So either way, the boys and girls actually are missing out on good advice, and boys for the last few generations seem to not be taking to the advice of what to do about sex in general as they get older and so on. So I thought about something. I thought about a different way we could develop a new way to communicate the consequences of casual sex to boys and men. Now, girls, of course, have a stake in this too. But as I get further into my monologue, I believe you'll understand why I've taken the position I've taken to more so market this particular message to the boys. This is what the ladies have actually been asking for, right? Now, y'all know my stance on this, which is discipline doesn't really exist in the form in which people believe it should exist, right? So what they want to tell people to do, or what women want to tell us to do as men, is tell the boys to just keep it in their pants. They don't want you to say anything to the girls, though. They want them to be sexually free and promiscuous and have the license and ability to do whatever they want. That is what the girls prefer. But as you know, my stance on it, if I'm going to tell the boys anything, the girls are getting the same message. The same message. What we realize in our community today is that we've done too much of that. We've shamed the boys, we've put them down for their bad behavior while giving license to the girls to do whatever the hell they want to. That's going to stop. We're going to train these boys on what exactly they're missing out on. All right. You got to explain it to them in a way that's pretty new, something that they probably already know, but they don't get the understanding of it until it's too late. Right. So that birds and the bees talk doesn't work. Put a 1 in the chat if you got the birds and the bees talk and you feel like it didn't work. I don't believe it works at all. What's going on, Hidden Gems? Gemini, I see you. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe the birds and the bees talk does not work. I believe it's become ineffective. Once single motherhood became a badge of honor, the birds and the bees talk became ineffective. It became completely ineffective. Much of the advice given about sex is completely ineffective. All right. That whole thing about just don't do it. It's not working. I got that talk a little late too, I might add. A little late. I got mine a little late. But just don't do it. It's bad. The one thing that we need to realize is that we're still human. And I'm going to tell my son and my daughter, I understand the urge. I know how I felt at 14, 15, 16. I know the urges that were going through my body. We can't sit here and ignore that like we can just tell our kids to ignore the urge. That to me is completely ineffective and partly responsible for the problem and the situation we find ourselves in today. The one thing I also want to impart on you, because we know boys are ultimately going to get greater responsibility. We're ultimately accountable for everything. But I want you to understand that boys are just as stupid and romantic as girls are. Early ages. I would argue that boys have the tendency to be more romantic and give up more things and think senselessly in this arena than girls do at a young age. If you believe that, let me know. Boys can be just as stupid and more romantic than girls in that early stage, that high school stage. People think that boys just are born with some ability to just know what to do in any situation involving sex, and we should take ultimate accountability. These boys are just as stupid. They have a second brain between their legs. It literally has a mind of its own. Don't want to get too graphic, but just ask any dude. It has a mind of its own. It speaks for itself. All right? And as such, we need to do a better job of coaching our boys not to lose in the sexual court of law. Trigger Mike, what do you mean by that? I've developed a concept that I'd like to be taught to young boys. This concept is titled the sexual court of law. I use this particular metaphor because in most communities, especially here in America, we have the largest imprisoned population in the world. I believe our prison population surpasses all the biggest countries' prison populations combined. We have the most prisoners here. So there usually isn't an American citizen that has not been affected in some way, shape, or form by the incarceration, the the jail system or the prison system in America. Either you went personally, a family member went, a cousin, grandfather, mother, father, so on and so forth. Brother, sister has been caught up with the law. So even in the most minimal sense, you understand the court of law and the justice system or injustice system, as some people like to call it, in America. So I'm making this metaphor out to be the sexual court of law. Stay tuned. May I have your attention, please? Men, let me talk to you. The key principle, the key directive, the key objective for you to learn in the sexual court of law, I need you to teach your boys this. Men always lose. My son, at 11 years old, prepubescent, will learn in the sexual court of law, men always lose. Do you know what it's going to be like to put it in someone's brain that there's no way for you to win this? I believe that has value. I believe that can inspire at least a little bit someone to start moving different if you explain it in detail. In the sexual court of law, my son, you always lose. Cut that romantic BS. Think with the brain up here. Move accordingly. Let me tell you how you're going to lose. The law has allowed women to weaponize sex against you. I'm going to pause and let that sink in. The law has allowed women to weaponize sex against you. How, Trigger Mike? How, Dad? That's not, we're going to love each other forever. I told you, boys are romantic. She wouldn't do that to me. No, Daddy, she wouldn't do that. She's so sweet. Okay, well, let me explain something to you. All the grown men, let's talk to these boys for a second. Let's take this particular edit. We're gonna clip this. We're gonna take what we're about to say. We're gonna show it to our young boys and explain to them in detail how this happens. We're gonna break this down. How men always lose in the sexual court of law. One way you lose, and then most of you may be familiar with, is accusations. Work, school, general public, you are always subject to an accusation. The law has allowed women to weaponize sex against you without cause, without reason even. If you are a man and she is a woman, if she has no other way out, she can weaponize the one key difference, biological difference, against you to smear your reputation. Let me explain something to you about how accusations work. As a man, regardless if the accusation is true or false, it hurts you anyway. Explain that to your boys. Whether the accusation is true or false, it hurts you anyway. You defend yourself. You look guilty. You look like you're punching down on her. You stay silent. You look guilty. You may not just want to incriminate yourself any further. If you are in a work situation and get a sexual allegation against you, such as sexual harassment, and even if it was completely false, there are no other witnesses there, the accusation is going to hurt you anyway. Half of the women are going to think you did it. Put a 1 in the chat if you know that to be true, fellas. Put a 1 in the chat if you know that to be true. The accusation is going to hurt you anyway. We always lose in this court. I want to tell y'all a story about my first days as a college instructor, a little over 5 years ago now. I have to give it up for these two black women. These two black women looked out for me when I had no idea I should be looking out for myself. They were older, pushing 60 even. Well, okay. They're going to get mad if they're watching this. One was about, at the time, maybe 50. The other was pushing 60. You know, I was I was engaged. All right. Young guy, still young, early 30s. And these ladies, the way they looked out for me was, it was just the greatest thing that could have happened to me in that time. Any instructor that works nights is going to understand what I'm going to talk about here. I taught health sciences, all types of courses, and anatomy and physiology, phlebotomy, all those type of courses. And most of the students were women. In fact, 99% of them were women, 18 to whatever age, mostly women. 99% of the student body was women. They told me out of random, just pulled me to the side one day and said, since you started at this school, there are more girls staying after class. I need you to watch yourself. They are going to have hero syndrome. You do not isolate yourself and let them get you in an isolated space. Because you are a man and you have to close this building. No one is here to witness anything. You have to separate yourself, even sometimes going against your need and desire to be chivalrous. You have to protect yourself at all times for no reason. The lady pulled me to the side and told me this. She would stay late just to watch me. She was trying to look out for me because she did not trust the young girls around me. I had no idea I needed this type of guidance to stay safe. The second time this lady looked out for me, she had noticed that I was being followed into the lunchroom by a female employee who didn't even have to eat her lunch in that lunchroom because they had some in the administrative offices. This lady would come in late. She was working late for no reason, could have left at 5 like the other women do. And she would just come in behind her and sit down as the lady tried to open and engage in conversation with me. I didn't notice this for 2 weeks. Then one day she gets up and leaves, and me and the lady are in there alone. She says, watch out for her. She got no business following you around like this. She can easily eat in the administrative offices, in the administrative lunchroom. She's coming to hang out with you. Don't be isolated with her. There's nobody here to witness anything. And I took her advice. This woman looked out for me in ways I didn't know I should be looking out for myself. She did not want me to fall victim to a false accusation. In my mind, I didn't think that would be possible, but let me explain to you how it became possible. I've spoken to my wife about stuff like this on several occasions. That same advice that lady gave me, I had one student about 6 months later, maybe a little longer, maybe about a year later. I gave her a series of bad grades and a series of corrective actions for her behavior. I sent her to see the associate program director because of her bad behavior. She got so flustered that she made a false accusation against me. I didn't even know. It was never brought to my attention. They called me out of the class one day, just told me to go take a lunch. I had no idea what was going on. The associate program director said there was an allegation made against you. What I immediately did was remove that student from the classroom and went to speak to the other students. Every single student in that class said that chick is tripping. Nothing happened to her. In fact, he don't even like her. She does this to herself and gets mad when he just does what he always does, which is give you redirection. He gave you a bad grade. He counsels on the bad grade. She just got upset. And the very friend sitting next to her, her best friend, went to the director's office after the fact and said, that's a whole lie. Now, that's great for me, right? I should feel lucky that that happened, and I am. I'm lucky and grateful that I was consistent enough to follow those ladies' advice to never put myself in a situation where I would have been isolated with that student, and it would have been my word against hers. She made up a complete false accusation after never being alone with me at all. But what comes to my mind every time I think about that situation, what about all the men that didn't have people speak up for them? What about all the women that just stayed silent and stayed on code because they didn't want to get the girl in trouble? I know that's not every occurrence, but it happens if we're being honest. What about every other dude that had their career ruined because a girl got upset, didn't like her grade, didn't like being reprimanded? I want you to think about that. Accusations hurt you anyway. I was lucky. It never got out. She squashed it. The associate director squashed it right there. It never got out. That student was removed from my class entirely. But had that information had gotten out, people would have started treating me different. Half of the people I work with would have thought that I did it. That is how bad an accusation can hurt you. Men always lose in the sexual court of law. Men, one of the biggest reasons you shouldn't do this is because in the sexual court of law, you always lose a controlling interest. Whenever you get an accusation or a threat of some sort, the one thing they do, which is completely unfair, is remove your controlling interest in anything. You don't get to decide your fate at the job. They'll force you out. You don't get to decide where the children are going to leave. They'll give them to the mother. You always lose your controlling interest in this court. You better be mindful. This is the statement I want to make, and I want to make this abundantly clear to everybody listening today. Send this out to your sons, send this out to your daughters. I'm going to frame this for you, this metaphor. In the sexual court of law, men are the defendants. The state is the plaintiff, and the women are the judges. You see what I did there? Men are the defendants. The state or the entity is the plaintiff, and women are the judges. That's how stacked the odds are against you. The woman isn't the plaintiff. They made the woman the judge. Trigger Mike, that doesn't make sense. The plaintiff is against the defendant. The plaintiff is the one levying a case against the defendant, are they not? Let me prove this to you. In the case of birthing children, a plaintiff can't dismiss a case, but the judge can. In the case of birthing children, of conception, childbirth, women can unilaterally dismiss the case. They are the judges. They can declare a mistrial. They can declare a directed verdict. They made them the judges. The odds are stacked against you, my friend. Understand this. The system made the woman the judge. Now let's talk about this. The judges being the women. They gave women some kind of power. So I want you to understand, and I want you to tell your boys very clearly, all of these women, all of them, don't leave one out, has the ability to be corrupted. All of the women who the state has given power have the ability to be corrupted. Am I calling women corrupt? No. But the one thing I want you to understand is women have an inferiority complex in relation to men. It's natural. We're bigger, stronger, faster. We talk deeper. Our kids listen to us better. Women have a natural inferiority complex towards us. So if they get the opportunity to have any power over us, if they don't take it right there, they're going to store it away for safekeeping. Did you hear me? If they get any chance to have power over you, they will take the opportunity on the spot or store it away for safekeeping to use against you later. They have a natural inferiority complex. Giving power to women is like giving power to short men over tall men. It's not your fault you're tall, but you accidentally make short people feel small. It's not your fault. They naturally feel that way. Men are always guilty. We live in a world where women are rarely shamed or punished for their sexual exploits. In the sexual court of law, my son, you always lose. Remember that. So, what is the punishment? Let's get into the punishment phase of this court case we're talking about today. My son, this is just me having a talk with my boy. He only 3. He don't know what's going on. If you have premarital sex, you have committed a misdemeanor. That is a misdemeanor offense. It can go either way. The judge can decide to upgrade it to a felony. So your maximum sentence is to be determined. Remember, the women are the judges. She decides how far she can take this. She decides how far she can take this. Premarital sex is a misdemeanor. That charge can be upgraded. If you have unprotected sex before marriage, you have committed a felony. Class 1. If you have unprotected sex before marriage, my son, you have committed a felony. Let me explain to you why. If she doesn't get pregnant, you're still subject to the statute of limitations. Once the encounter has happened, the judge gets to decide exactly how she's going to explain this in public. If she ever gets upset, if the relationship ends, she'll hold on to the fact that you took something from her body, her virtue, her chastity. She's going to say you took something from her if you're not careful. That's the way the world looks at it anyway. If she doesn't get pregnant, that's what you're looking at. You still committed a felony. Understand that. Now, if she does get pregnant, you're doing 18 to life. That's the maximum. That's where you don't want to be. How many consecutive life sentences do all these dudes out here have? I ain't doing 18 to life unless I'm married to the woman. I'm sorry. You don't want to do 18 to life with a woman with a bad attitude. You don't want to do 18 to life behind a woman who talks to you crazy. You don't want to do 18 to life behind a woman who talks to her own family crazy. You don't want to do 18 to life to a woman who isn't grounded in religion, who gets her advice from Instagram. You don't want to do 18 to life behind that woman. She'll make your life a living fucking hell. I ain't doing 18 to life behind these birds. Fuck out of here, Day Day. My son, are you willing to do 18 to life behind a woman, a pretty face, and a fat ass? I know how it feels. But when you really think about it, ain't no woman worth 18 to life when you're not married to her. Like I said, the system made them the judges. Stop putting your power in their hands. The interesting thing about power is that power itself corrupts. But life itself, the way we live it, was built by men. When you give the power to men through our benevolence, our honor, our nobility, we build society. We build families. In less than 3 generations, by giving power to women, you have destroyed an entire ethnic group. Boys, maintain your power. Nobody is going to judge me other than God Almighty. Do not allow a woman to be the judge in your case. Don't give away your power. It's all you got. The system is stacked against you. Men are the defendants. The state is the plaintiff. Women are the judges. They can dismiss the case. All right, y'all. If y'all want to come on up, I'm ready to take some panelists. All right. Whew, I need some water on that one. Let me read some of these comments while we wait on my panelists to come up. Mistaken, what's going on? Happy Monday. My bad. I forgot to call you back. She says, I had to go to a male teacher directly to tell him to never be in a room alone or with the door closed with a specific student because I overheard her say he is going to be my baby daddy. Listen, y'all. I mean, to tell you how common this is, how this happened, you need a woman looking out for you like that. As a man who's just trying to do good, who's trying to help, you're not going to see it because we put girls on this pedestal to act like they can't behave in a way that they actually can. In fact, when you think about it, boys almost never behave that way. Girls will cross that line quick. They absolutely will. They will just believe all the BS and will misuse their power and will think they doing something good for women or so. I believe that. Like I said, giving power to women is like giving power to short men over tall men. You can't trust power with someone with a natural inferiority complex against half the population. It's not the way we were designed to work. Man. Let me bring up my man, Marriage, Politics, and Sports. What's going on, Mr. Rich? Good morning.
Hey, man, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm good, sir. I'm good. How you doing?
All
Like
right,
what you
man.
got on the topic?
Hey, great topic. You know, hold on, I gotta let me raise just a little bit. My, my volume is kind of low. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Listen, man, it's a great topic. I mean, there's a lot of layers to it, and you're absolutely right. You have to have an in-depth and thorough conversation with your boys. I don't have any boys, but with men in general about their discipline. And one of the biggest things that you have to tell them is that you're behind the eight ball, like you said, and that 18 years to life with having sex with women you pretty much don't even like and having kids, it's a life sentence. And I don't think that's hardly ever driven home. And as far as the system is concerned, you're right about that as well, because the family court system is simply the other side of the coin of the penal system, because you have to pay under threat of jail. So when you get put on child support, you're actually in the system, and if you think about all the layers of being in the system, they kind of actually want you to get put in jail, because we still haven't really tackled the fact that it's valuable to some states to have prisoners for whatever reason, especially if there's private prisons. And we remember there was a case in Pennsylvania about a couple of judges who got put in jail for taking kickbacks. I'm thinking that's a big, huge issue, right? So they want women to put you on child support. They threaten you with jail time, and then we find out that every state takes a good chunk of that child support money. And I just heard that the child support money that they take, that piece goes into the judges' retirement funds. So there's all things connected to where a guy gets a woman pregnant. He has no control after that, whether she has the baby, don't have the baby, whether she cheats on you and you're married to her. There's another issue, because in most states, you're still responsible for the kid. And we haven't even touched on paternity. So there's a lot of, there's going to be a lot of discussion today on this topic, man. So it's all kinds of ways we can go with it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let me ask you a question. And spot on, sir. Let me ask you a question. Do you think modern young men understand the consequences of casual sex, just in general?
No, no.
Please explain.
Um, well, here's what I would say. Well, at one point when I was young, I had casual sex too. I didn't think about the ramifications. They were there even when I was younger in the 70s and the 80s. Okay. But today, with all the information we have, you would think men uh, would be more careful, because just I didn't have all that information, right? We didn't have the internet like we do now. It's all over the place. Men are getting put down everywhere, but it ain't stopping men from raw dogging as many women as they want, right? So uh, a person has to innately want to do better, and so you could reach them, right? So that's why men who want to do better, like what you're trying to do, you got to constantly keep reminding men that the law of, sex, a woman's sex is like a siren song, right? And the siren song is strong. It's natural. So in order for us to have earplugs, we got to fill their ears with information and constant, repetitive. If you raw dog this woman and you don't even like her, and certainly you don't want to marry her, if she gets pregnant, because most of the sisters don't know their ovulation cycles, they don't know any of that stuff. They're just having sex. So if she gets pregnant, you're on the hook. You're just on the hook for the rest of your life. And if she's one of those kind of women who has feelings for you, if she has your baby, she has feelings for you. That's right off the rip. But you don't want to have nothing to do with her. She's going to rag you for the rest of your life. So you got to just keep constantly reminding guys of that. So I dodged the bullet. You might have dodged the bullet. A lot of us dodged the bullet, but a lot of men aren't.
That's my point. So one of the things, I hear a lot, and this is something women use a lot to deflect from the point. I usually hear a lot of women just basically say, men should know better. We're useless. We're helpless damsels. We don't know what we're doing. Men should just take control and not do blank. So that's a
Right.
complete lack of accountability that we know women aren't going to take. I honestly think it's biological in the presence of men that women can't take accountability for anything
They
because of that
can't take out.
inferiority complex. They expect to be
Exactly.
dominated. They expect, to give themselves up to a man they like. So they want us to be in full control. So, but I don't think anybody's taking into account that, like I said, I believe boys are more romantic because of what's been fed to them. If you look at all the songs, 1980 to present, what it's telling you and pushing you about what you should do for a woman and how you care for her. Nothing has really been said about the relationship in general and how it's supposed to work and reciprocation. It's only what you're supposed to do for her and it's made boys extremely romantic to the point where they believe that just because they love a woman and she loves them back, that she wouldn't do certain things to them. So even if she got pregnant, they could jointly discuss what they were going to do after. And I don't think we got to get that romantic. I believe the first step, the first line of defense, kill that romantic spirit in them right away. Right away. Kill it. It don't matter how much you love her. It doesn't matter how much she presents. It doesn't matter what she's saying out her mouth. The power given to her will corrupt her if you're not careful. She will use it the second she's upset.
Yeah.
That emotion that they have defies all logic. That's the way I want to explain it to them. So, because they're going to come back with a rebuttal. No, not my girl. Okay, well, let me tell you a story. Most, if we're being sincere with our boys, and we can even tell them, maybe take out, you don't want to demonize, but I remember certain dads in the past, uncles and stuff, telling me stories about their own wives. So that realism is what's missing from these boys' lives, letting them know even the women that they admire most in life can do trifling things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
yeah, you always have to have a healthy respect for the woman that you love, even if you're married. I've been married for a long time, but never lose sight of the fact that my wife is a woman. You just never had. So, the only question and pushback you might get is how do you talk romanticism out of a man's head, a young guy's head? And men are more romantic than women, to tell you the truth. I think we are, but trained to be. But I think there's something innate in us that makes us that way as well. Especially for a girl that you like. The toughest guys, turn into puppy dogs in front of the women that they love. So that's a nice tall order. But that has to be a part of the message, though. That what you're feeling is a feeling, and your woman, no matter how much you think, she might not be reciprocating the way you think she is.
mm-hmm.
So guys got to always have a healthy respect that, your lady could turn on you for whatever reason. We see it all the time.
All the time. So, alternatively, let me ask you the other question. Do you think modern women understand the consequences of casual sex?
They used to. Um, Again, there's a lot of things wrapped up in that, right? It's not just the feminist movement that told them sexual liberation is their right to be just like men. Uh, you could hear it right out of women's own voices in terms of when they talk about, if you use the body count thing, where most women say it doesn't matter, even though they know it matters to men. But they're lying. They do know it matters. Why they can't really tell you the numbers, right? So, oh, it doesn't matter. Well, how many bodies do you have? But so innately, they understand that they should be more prudent with their sexual activity. And you have to almost explain it to them too, because when I talk to women about sex, I say, the dynamics in a sexual encounter between men and women is completely different. It's not the same. We're givers and you're a capacitor. You take all my energy and I'm leaving that deposit in you, on you, all that kind of stuff. And you take that with you to the next guy. It doesn't dissipate after the sexual act is over. So there's always some kind of residual. And some women innately understand that, especially later on when they're finished riding the carousel. They come on these airways and they tell on themselves. So I guess on the original question, they might not, they don't exercise the discipline that they should, and they know they should. They just want to be like men. And that's just one category where they want to be like men. And it hurts them because they're not men. So they know, but they don't care. A lot of women don't care. And they said, we'll deal with the consequences later. And there's going to be some simp out there who's going to accept me like I am. Look at all the ex-porn stars having a tough time. They can't cleave to any man. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They want to go straight, but their lives are a shambles, right? Because they didn't understand that a man, I'm going to shut up after this, that it's not just a body count. A man needs to have respect amongst his peers. So he can't take a OnlyFans model or a prostitute or, whatever you might have been, or a porn star to his CEO dinner. Or if she's in like Lori Harvey's going to find out, for example, she's been passed around. So she's going to find out that if she wants to, when she wants to settle down, say she's 30 years old, there's no guy in her circle, the actors and the anybody in the entertainment business, they're not going to want to wife her up when they know there's 5 or 6 guys in a room who knocked it out.
I have to interject a little bit about that. Hollywood is a different beast because they is not they don't they don't operate the same as normal individuals. They date within themselves. They do all this.
Not talking dating. I'm talking about marriage.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, even with marriage, we don't know the relationships that certain people have, but certain people do end up married who have been with people within that industry. That's why we can't look to Hollywood, because Hollywood is different than just the average
I
person's
agree with
life.
you both. Here's my take on that Hollywood thing. So, Coco, you're right in the sense that it doesn't make sense to me how they keep passing the same woman around. I am literally the antithesis of that. If I seen my homeboys or somebody I know, somebody I did a movie with a girl, she's automatically like ill to me. Like my homeboy, I can't go up to him and just ask him, how was it? How it looked from the back. Like that's disgusting to me. I better not know anybody she's been with. But it weirds me out to where they can keep doing it repeatedly, like the top guys. And I realize it's not really about the woman. It's about what she represents. I'm the top guy. I feel like I'm top dog. So I need the woman or the trophy that tells everybody I'm top dog. So that's where you're correct. Where I believe Mr. Rich is correct is these are still human beings that at some point are going to want to continue a substantial relationship after their intoxication wears off, after they're done with that part of it and they really want a substantial relationship with children and all that. They realize that, damn, this isn't a woman at all. She's not the woman. Her mind is completely not focused on anything a wife is supposed to be focused on, or, that's where I believe Michael B. Jordan made the mistake.
No, did he make a mistake? He got out.
Well, exactly. So, I'm hearing reports. I have no idea. He broke up with her. Yeah. So I heard because he tried to take it to the next level. It's like, dude, we told you this is not the woman.
Let me put it to you. The only thing I would say to you, I give just in fairness to her, she was honest about not being ready. She just wasn't ready.
Indeed. And he was an idiot for thinking he could change her. I don't know if you don't take cues from these women, you can't change people like that.
But you are right, Mr. Payne, when it comes to women not understanding the consequence of what they do in their youth. And you're seeing it like even now. I mean, I don't know if you've heard or seen the Netflix documentary Pamela, a love story about Pamela Anderson.
No, I didn't see it. No. But I know about it.
Yeah. But she speaks about, and the crazy thing is, when it came to her experience, and we'll talk about normal people, but she had a tape with her husband. It wasn't some random dude, with her husband. Someone stole that tape from their house, I made money off of it. And she shares her sides of the story. But even with that, which I think is grossly negligible, that her sons growing up were made fun of and had to learn how to fight because of
Mm,
all the things that came. And she said, I didn't, this is not something we did for the world. This is something I did because I was so in love with my husband and we photographed, we videotaped our lives. So even in, that and even for Amber Rose, what's going on with her son, like a lot of the burden does fall on the women. There is a double standard. We have to understand that. And we cannot think that we can do things and operate as men and bear the same consequences as men. We cannot. So, um, I mean, I
So let
was
me add
always
something to you
hyper
though.
aware of that
Let me
as
add one thing
growing
you
up.
said. Let me add
Hmm.
to one. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no problem.
The one thing, it's not a double standard. We have different standards. Then a
Yeah,
lot of people call it a double standard. I think that's a misnomer. Men and women go by different standards when it comes to sex. And I think we need to start to clarify what that really means, right? Because men don't come, guys who hoe around, we don't necessarily, I don't say we, I wasn't that big of a hoe, but guys who fool around a lot don't come out of it unscathed either.
you're
Mhm.
absolutely
You know,
correct.
their consequence is different than a
Yeah,
woman's consequence.
that is true.
And just like the sexual act between a man and a woman is completely different. People lose sight of that. We're
Yeah,
both doing it together, but what I'm getting out of it and what you're getting out of it is complete. I'm not you, but women get out of it. It's different. The energy transfer is absolutely different.
yeah,
So, and so if we could start piecing it apart that way, we could start to understand the dynamics, right? And men have to be honest that if I fooled around a lot, by the time I get married, for a man, he can't. Some men can't handle a good can't handle a good relationship because as soon as there's trouble, he's going to the next chick on the stupidest things, right? Because he can't really, he just needs that fix, especially when there's some heat in his relationship until he grows up enough to understand and cleave to that one woman. And then we also know a woman with a lot of bodies has trouble cleaving to the man that connection you have with the guy that you want to love. The more bodies you have, the harder it is to make that connection.
yeah.
But when
No, no, no. I am absolutely agreement, and I'm glad because ooh, I'm just so glad I found my husband when I found him is because I have so many different voices, particularly with media that tells you, oh, you're supposed to have threesomes and just experiment and do all this wild stuff. And it's like, and then when you grow past that or you go through what you're going through, you're like, no, looking back, thank God, I wasn't all in that type of, people are gonna do what they want, but just in terms of your sanctity and like you said the bonding that you have with different individuals when you are in a sexual nature and now because I work with college women and the
okay,
confusion that's going on with all this, well, I think I'm I don't even know the terminology, polyamorous, or I'm in a relationship with two three different people, and because I think they call it a social contagion, con- and I might be messing up the wording, but
right.
just confusion. And then first of all, you're not, your brain is not fully developed. You're going through all these changes, and then you have all these things introduced to you, when really you just need to be settled and not try to rush into doing everything just because it appears that everybody is doing it.
Right.
Mhm.
Exactly. Yeah. It's tough out there. I'm telling you, I've been married for a long time. How long have you been married, by the way, if you don't mind me
Oh,
asking?
no, no problem. We got married September 15th, 2010, so that would make it, this year would be 13 years in
It's
September.
nice. That's nice.
Woo-hoo.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is that? Silver,
Yeah.
bronze? I don't know what.
But all I know is I wouldn't trade him for the world. Like,
yeah. That's good.
that, especially listening to older women, I think I think sometimes, especially when we're in our youth and we just feel like we're invincible and nothing can happen to us, but when you listen to older women, and particularly because I watched this weekend, listening, it was very weird. Like, you know, Pamela was doing this about documentary. She has two boys, and she was watching the videos with her and her ex-husband, even though she's been married like four times after that. But she wished that she made it work with her children's father. She was not able to love any man more than she loved the father of her kids. And I think sometimes women just, I don't know. I could not see myself being, first of all, not being married, but second of all, without my father's children. And when she said it, I got it. Because something about having kids with your spouse and
Right.
going through what you will go through with your spouse, raising children, no one, uh, you know, it would not be my willingness to forego him.
Mhm.
I used to think, oh, I could, but thank God for, content like this, and then also just understanding a man's perspective and listening to Kevin Samuels, because I was on a dangerous path with it. But thank God, that I got out of that, because there's
Excuse
no
me.
one better than my husband for me. That's it.
Indeed. I mean, when you look at it, everything that I was saying, the reason why, even on the 18 to life thing, I didn't mention because somebody had said it. Oh, single or married, you're doing 18 to life. I said, well, married people don't look at it that way.
Mhm.
Absolutely not.
I
Absolutely.
don't look at it that way.
You know.
So, no, when you're single, just know that you are putting your whole life as a man in her hands. That feeling of loss, like you of loss of control, like I said, you lose the controlling interest. And immediately as a dude, you're like, damn, that wasn't worth it. We don't look at it that way as married people.
Mhm.
No, my wife told me she was pregnant with our second baby 3 days before our wedding. I was like, well, you know,
Hey man, you get married. It's funny that we're talking about this right now, Trigger Mike. I have a lot of female cousins in their 30s and 40s, younger, because I'm kind of getting into the elder statesmen of my cousins out of our family. And they see some of my stuff on Facebook and all this, and we had like a mini family reunion. And the first thing they wanted to do was say, well, some of your positions, or marriage is, fatherless home, blah, 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 because a lot of them have kids out of wedlock. And so I said, listen, I have no malice against you guys. I said, but if a man, if you have a baby with a man, how could that be more, how could you want to have a baby with a man that you want to be married to? I mean, you have this kid. And the reason why you're getting by, because we have this family net that's kind of it's not unique, but it's not common in the United States. So they have their mothers and their cousins. So no kid goes without opportunity, because there's a safety net, not only with if they need the state, they're all educated too, but the kids don't go, homeless, right? So, and then of course, just like the regular community, we're part of it. They live in the community. And so having kids out of wedlock has become a normal thing for women, and it's funny because my daughter was with me. She's 30 years old. And there was married women telling her, hey, you don't have to get married. I said, listen, don't be telling my daughter that. I said, I'm the one who has to stay up at night covering her because she don't have a man covering her. And I said, you guys are married. How you going to tell? And that's another thing. We got to get to that. The women who are married, what are they telling the girls after them? Men, what are we telling our sons and daughters? Are we giving them the right information when they need it? So that's a part of it too. I don't want to just put it on the women, but right in front of me, two married women. My cousin, I get mad because we kept it light. Telling my daughter that she don't need to worry about getting married. Son, you gotta be kidding me. What's she gonna do at 40 or 50 if she's not married? You got family, you got kids, you got a husband. What's she supposed to do by herself?
yep.
Don't be telling her that. So half it was tongue in cheek, but I said, no, let me nip that in the bud right there. Find yourself a guy, and if he's okay, he comes through my little wicket, we'll see.
Let,
Anyway, but that's it.
let me get to these the super chat. My man AP, you're missing, I guess he's supposed to say a part. What is the action item? How do you tell boys how to not give in and give up their power? How do these boys need to move? Well, that's the discussion. That's the discussion portion. We're all going to tell them. All right. So it's not just my opinion that matters on that. It's everybody's opinion, but not only their opinion. So here's the weird part. I told y'all don't really get boys. I don't know if anybody heard me say this. You're not really supposed to talk to boys about just the problem. That's boys for some reason don't work that way. They don't scare easy with the problem. You get them with the result. Boys really want to emulate a good life that's lived. They always want to be somebody. Girls want that too, but you can scare the shit out of some girls with a problem. I've done it. You can scare the shit out of some girls. Y'all scare easy, as we call girls more impressionable. Y'all scare easy. All right. But boys, not so much. You get the boys with the result. Do you want this result? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Here's how you get it. Has anybody ever wondered how you get an entire military of 100,000 people to march the same? Because you tell them there's a result. This is the way the best men do it. Do you want to be one of us? Yes or no? And they're going to be like, yeah, well, this is how we march. Boy, you get the boys with the result. That is, that's what we're going to touch on this particular topic. But I highlighted a question as well. Mr. Black Sheep says, KS would disagree on bringing escorts to corporate gatherings. So I agree. But here's the difference between bringing girls that are known commodities. Escorts have a degree of anonymity to them. Mm-hmm. Everybody does not know how you got that woman. Only the top guys know. Only the top guys would have made that move. So if you bring a ho out here that your boy done hit, your partner done hit, they looking at you crazy. If you bring a woman who's a professional, the women don't know anything about her. Some of the guys who can't get down like that or can't, don't move like that, don't know anything about her. Only the top guys can show respect because there's a huge degree of anonymity there. She's a professional. She's going to work the room. She's going to smile. She's going to talk. That's a whole different thing and a whole different ball game. All right. So what's going on, Mr. Blake Holmes? How you doing?
Oh, pretty good, man.
All right. What you got on the topic in general before I get to the next question?
Well, what's the question you have now? Because I got in late. I'm not gonna be honest.
Well, we're talking about it's called the sexual court of law, but it's basically men always lose in this arena. All right. We get our children taken from us. Women can levy false accusations against you, and they are the judges. They can decide if you with a woman and she gets pregnant and you want the baby, she don't want it, she can levy that power against you to get rid of it. That's basically where we're at so far.
Yeah, that's kind of basically true. And as far as the double standard goes per se, it's almost like I can't relate to how a woman feels about the actual having the sexual experience. But I think that to keep it 100% honest, I think men and women both want sex the same way. And I don't want to say it's unfair to see women out there like they should be some like perfect angels and all of that, because I know they're not. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Because
we're all human at the end of the day, right? So I'm trying to, because I came in on the tail end of that last conversation, and that's why I was like, damn, but you got to really think about it. Like, women want it too, and in some cases, they seem like they enjoy it more than men do. You get what I'm saying? So I guess women have to form more of have more self-control as it relates to that or something like that. But I don't know if I'm making sense though, but
No, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Holmes. Because women do, we are all sexual beings. It's not that men may have more proclivity to want it more often, but that does not mean that women don't also want it as well, or want to try things, or want to test things out. Um, but one thing I don't, again, I say the burden lies, especially when having children, on the woman to be the primary caretaker, and for most women to still work to support the child, unless you're on assistance, and that's something else. But that's why, I told you just have to be careful. Not to say you're not going to have your fun, because I was in college. Look, I lived the college life, but I was very, very careful, because the number one thing, and maybe it's because of my immigrant background, you do not bring no babies. You do not
Mm-mm.
bring no diseases. Period. I don't care. It wasn't because you would get disowned in my culture if you had a child out of wedlock. I mean, it was that serious. So, like you said, people are human. Um, but in terms of the burden, I know that men, may in the legal system, and also men need to be careful too, because in this time of age, you got to be discerning about the people that you interact with in an intimate space, because I think what was mentioned before, like, you have all these things that come against you. Why would you then, knowing that, entertain multiple women? Because you are allowing more chances for someone to try to come come get you, come off you. Women are vengeful, women be plotting. I'm just saying it's crazy to me. If you know how it currently, this current environment is, put yourself in the best situation not to fall victim to all these things that you see in the news. But I can only speak, but when me speaking from a woman perspective, I'm just telling young ladies, um, yeah, you can have your fun, but really be mindful, and then also have a positive outlook when it comes to men, because you give off the energy that you want. You give up, well, excuse me, you
Right.
give off the energy that you attract. Um, Again, if you feel like I'm open to being a wife, I've seen it in my community. Well, let me take a step back, because some women don't even know what that is. Some women don't even know what that entails. I mean, it's I'm going to stop there, because it's a deeper conversation into what you want and what you value. And do you even know how to get what you want? Are you looking to be humble enough to do so in terms of a woman's part? But y'all most definitely, and we'll talk about men and what men need to do. Because some men don't want to also do the work, or just want to do whatever they want to do and get whatever they want to get, but you have to work. Both men and women have to work, but in different ways.
All right. I'm gonna ask a question now. We're gonna go around, starting
Yeah.
with Mr. Rich,
Oh,
because
yeah.
we're gonna get to some solutions and some different, a little ratchet topic. We're gonna get a little ratchet a little
Sure.
later.
Okay. What's up?
All right. But this question I got for you right now: how would you change the family court system to even the odds between men and women? Mr. Rich, I'll ask you.
Well, the first thing I would do is get rid of no fault divorce. We got to change that. Um, that
Can you
needs to
explain,
happen.
can you explain that for people that don't know
Well, I
what that
mean,
means?
the fact that I don't know when it changed, but at some point, it mattered what happened to break the marriage.
Hmm.
Like, infidelity, might cause, go against the woman or the man, depending on what it is. And that probably went into how you split assets and stuff. Uh, or, paternity. I would change the paternity laws in states. So, in terms of, I forgot what they call it, but if you're married, a man, they say in the United States up to 30% of kids born within wedlock don't belong to the man, up to around 30%. And so if you find out as a husband that your wife has another man's baby, in a lot of states, if not all of them, you're still on the hook for child support.
Yeah.
Whether you sign a daggone, you don't even have to be in the United States. You could be somewhere else. She gets pregnant by a guy, the state's still coming after you for child support. And the real issue with that, psychologically, how damaging is that to a man? Not only did your wife, cheat on you, you got a kid that you're paying for 18 to 21 years that ain't yours. And depending on your economic status, that could destroy people. I mean, that's why, so those things have to change. And then, of course, the absurdity of putting a man or woman, I guess in this case, but mostly 90% of men in jail for not paying child support is idiocracy. Like, because once he's in jail, he certainly can't pay. So I don't see how that fixes anything. So you put him in jail because now he's in the system, gets out of jail. Now he might not even be able to get a job. The woman don't get no money. This guy has a criminal record now. And when he's in jail, you got to give him 3 hots and a cot. So it's just so stupid, right? So I owe the woman like $500 a month, but you put me in jail and I'm costing the taxpayer $40,000 a year or something, some crazy thing like that, and she still ain't getting her money. So that some things just have to change, and I don't know how we're going to do it because I don't see a lot of men. Oh, there is one brother. I can't remember his name. He's going around, especially in Detroit, trying to get some of these laws changed. And there was a big case in there where a man refused to pay. Woman just put his name on a birth certificate, and they tried to make him pay child support, and he refused. They were going to put him in jail, but just public support has kept him out. Now I think he might be free now, but there's no repercussions on a woman, nothing. And I hate to just put it on women, but they control all that stuff. Like you said, they're the judge. And so there's 3 things. I would change the divorce laws. I would change the daggone child support laws. Oh, I will also change, I would start with 50-50 custody of kids right off the rip. You want to leave, we have to discuss how we're going to do with the kids. But again, that goes into child support. If it's 50-50, the states want to give it to the woman, especially if she's not the breadwinner, because they want to have the tax on the child support payments so they can collect money from the man who pays into child support. So the system just rigged, it's broken, and there's no legislation that I've heard of anywhere on a national level to fix that. And whether Democrat or Republican, nobody's talking about that. And it's destroying marriages. Men nowadays, and I keep saying men because it's still 90% of the guys are the breadwinners. If you have a business, if you have equity, or you have any kind of money, you can't get married without a prenup. So there's all kinds of things going on. And I just don't hear any legislation coming up to change it.
That's the sad part. But, the only reason I have kind of like hope that something is going to happen soon is because nothing really happens in this country till it starts affecting white men. And it's affecting their ass now. But not only that, you see bits and pieces of things coming up in legislation that, so I think in Florida, sometime last year, they were trying to put it to be voted on for alimony. Just change out. Some states have weird alimony laws on how much you make, and it's really low where you got to pay alimony to the woman. But you see, once you start seeing those things pop up in the smaller delegations in the state government, you're like, oh, it's gonna hit the federal. And the reason why I think it's gonna happen at a federal level is, do you see how swift that last year's Roe v. Wade thing happened? Just swift. They came in the dark of the night for that. That's what I believe is going to start happening, because that's in relation to white babies. So the decline in white babies also has a tie to marriage. It also has a tie to divorce and all that. So they come in for the whole thing, I think, because once it starts affecting white people, everybody starts paying attention. All right, Coco, how would you change the family court system to even the odds between men and women?
Um, so I know the laws vary from state to state, but what I will say, because I do have a family member that worked in the prosecutor's office and has seen family law cases, is that originally it was supposed to be in the best interest of the child
Yep.
in terms of child support and just and this and because women are primary caretakers, generally custody goes to women. The pushback I have against 50-50 custody is once you have a child, your wants and needs don't come first. Once you have a child. And if you say 50-50, are you speaking of people who live in the same proximity? What does that do when it comes to schooling? What does that mean when it comes to um, school trips or having some sort of normalcy when it comes to the child? Because if your child is in kindergarten, pre-K, and you're saying 50-50, that would only work if they both live within maybe a 10-mile vicinity, if both of the parents are willing to be in the same school district so that the child will be able to attend the same school, unless they're going to be homeschooled. And that's just a lot. So, I mean, again, it goes back to prevention is better than cure. It would be better before any of this if y'all were get married. I do understand that 30% that the child might not be the parent. I'm not going to get into that or debate about that. But when it comes to the laws, I think, uh, and actually, I know a lot of men do not understand the cost of children. If unless this person is in the top 3%, which can, meaning that they have a lifestyle or inheritance that allows them to be with the child 100%. Daycare is expensive. Daycare in itself could be 2,000 to 3,000 a month alone. That's for someone who is working. And I don't know, so I'm not gonna. I am ignorant to how much that the court asks, and I know each court is different, and I can get into the research so we can really delve into it. But if people think that child support alone is enough to take care of a child, I don't know. I'm just saying, just off of daycare itself,
Hmm.
you're asking about $2,000, and that and a month is on the low end.
Hmm.
So there's some things that I don't think people consider. Adding children to your insurance is expensive. Taking care of, I'm just talking about doctors. Not, I'm not talking about feeding or clothing. Just daycare, medical care, and having children on your insurance is costly. So I think sometimes some of those things are not even thought of. It's just child support. It costs so much. Well, having children costs. You know,
Well, yeah.
so so I'm not particularly sure. I would say this. I would say if, and this may be what is hard, if men truly, you know, they've had a child, for them to fight for 100% custody might be, I don't know where the laws are if men fought for custody, if the women are saying that they want child support or whatever, maybe that would feign better.
No,
But
can I add something to what you just said though
yeah,
with the 50-50? I didn't say it should start at 50-50 and then negotiate from there, right? And
it's
I
just
think
very, I think it's just very hard in terms of, especially for young children
no, no, but
to,
I
yeah.
want you to understand me. When we go to court, it should be 50-50, and then we can negotiate how we're going to do it from there. Who's
Hmm.
going to be primary, who's not. I don't think a woman should automatically be primary caregiver, you know, or it could be age dependent. I mean, the negotiation is not there. Just a judge will come down and mostly just give the kids to the woman when the father might be the best person for the kids to be with,
And
especially
that,
for those other. So I don't necessarily agree that a woman should be the primary caregiver.
no, I'm not
You know,
saying that a woman should. I'm saying generally women tend to be, regardless if
because
they're
the
fit
judge
or
is
not.
making
No,
because the judge is making that.
not just for a judge. Even outside of that, were you the primary caretaker when your children were growing up? Are men generally the primary caretakers when children are growing up? They are not.
No, you're right.
I'm not saying that an unfit mother should be the primary caretaker of the children. I'm just saying generally in society women are. Now I've seen mothers who are primary caretakers and I'm looking like, what's going on? But I am a very intuitive parent. I am a very intuitive mother because what it cost me to be a mother. So,
So
yeah,
I think, yeah, I think to kind of play both sides here, you're both kind of right. So this is actually my answer. So when we talk about doing what's in the best interest of the child, we have to have the conversation about fathers being the custodial parent at least
yes,
half the time, because they cannot find the difference between a father raising a child alone and the children's outcomes being raised in a two-parent household. That's actually a new statistic. They're like, we don't have enough data to say the child has all of these risk factors as if it comes from the mother's home. To your point, Coco, and this is actually a show topic that I'm working on right now. Mothers are so glorified. They get all of this praise when they're in the house with the father. It's literally like when you said it really shouldn't happen outside the confines of marriage. I agree. That's what makes mothers so great. When they get the chance to be great when dad's there. They get the chance to be great when the number one disciplinarian in the family is there. We make them great. We actually don't even take all the glory. We just end up giving it to the mom, and the kids praise the mom. And dad doesn't let the kids disrespect the mom. Moms shine in the presence of dad. When mom is alone, the children suffer. They
yes,
don't have the temperament dad has most of the time. They don't have the ability to discipline. Their voice does not hold much weight. Moms shine in the presence of dad, not by themselves. Like I said,
absolutely true.
they cannot find the difference between a child being raised in a single father's home. Because here's the funny thing: women somehow figure it out on how to raise children by themselves. Men actually do make more money, at least they will throughout the entirety of their lives,
Mhm.
and they're going to be eligible for just as many things as a woman. The men will just figure it out. They have now we got enough single fathers, thousands and thousands of them to run the data, and men will just figure it out just like the women did. They'll figure out how to keep a schedule. They'll figure out when to feed them. Like men will just do the job just fine. So this is my answer on how we can even the odds. Mandatory paternity tests in utero. That's going to take care of that 30% thing. They can actually, she doesn't have to birth the baby for you to know if the baby's yours. Mandatory state funded paternity. That way they can get out of that mess about and keep men out of the mess of finding out later and being on the hook for child support.
I agree
Mandatory
with that.
paternity tests in utero. I don't even want to see the baby because I might get connected to it. Right. So a lot of dudes suffer from that too. Right. They see the baby, they connect with it. Like I'm telling you right now, I cannot watch that. I don't know if it was Just Judy, not Just Judy, where the dude found out the baby was like I could have cried. That dude was crying so hard. That baby was like 3. Terrible. Like I had to off myself after that. The whole world just watching you be disrespected by a woman like that. But of course the divorce laws. I'm not Mr. Rich already gave a good explanation of that. I'm hardcore with it. No marriage, no child support. Now, that's probably never going to happen because the state
Makes too much money.
never wants the burden to be on them. Because the funny thing, we don't even look at it. When you look at the median income of a woman, without a father, she automatically qualifies for state funded everything because of her median income. Most women don't make money like that. So the second the father leaves the picture, she automatically gets NCI, which is the daycare assistance, right? She automatically gets all of that stuff. So it's either you or the state, right? So they're probably never going to do anything about that no marriage, no child support thing. But that's what I believe should happen. This is a big one for me because I believe women abuse the system. A lot of women abuse the system. If you are one of those women, I think Coco, you touched on it. You kind of touched on why women try so hard to keep the father out of it. They get all the benefits and 100% control if they don't get back with the dad. They get that NCI in addition to whatever the child support is. It may not be much, but they get all of these things put together without him. Why would they ever want to give that up and have to share control? That's the thing. Now they have to share an opinion. In fact, they know his authority rules. So they don't want to give up authority over the children and how they believe they should be raised. So they keep, that's an incentive to keep the father out of the home. I believe women should have mandatory misdemeanor child neglect charges. Child neglect charges for doing things such as staying home and not getting a job, basically to get off welfare. If you are one of those repeat offenders where you've been on welfare for 15 years,
Yeah.
your children live in the same environment for that long when their father lives in a better environment. I think these things need to be investigated. He can provide a better life for them, but you keep missing the court dates. You keep missing the visitation. I believe these women should be charged with misdemeanor child neglect. Straight up. Your neglect, that's not in the best interest of the child. I think they need to reframe what that means. Now, you were right, Coco. Most women are the primary caregivers. That's just by design.
Mhm.
So custody, and the way I see 50-50 custody, is that the father should get automatic custody of all his children by age 9. That is 50-50.
Mm.
They're an adult by 18, the law says. Well, at age 9, they're coming with me. All of these risk factors that they have, poverty, behavioral disorders, all of that. That's just enough time. Some people will say that's a little too late, but I believe if you're a intentional father, that's just enough time before they hit adolescence where it gets really bad to possibly make an impact in their life. Mandatory custody for all fathers. Because some people think I want like the women to keep the baby. No. I hope the father after infancy keeps all his children. They'll just be better off. But at least mandatory custody at age 9. What do y'all think?
I'm 100% with you. And another thing, it just kind of goes back to, okay, so we're at where we're at, but I always think prevention is better than cure. Like, you really, for women and men, like when you lay down with someone, think, can I have a child with this person before you lay down? That should be their first. I mean, yeah, can I have a child with this person? But in addition to what you're saying, because they are a lot of negligent moms who set their children up for failure. Um, I just, I really would like if the court can mandate that you have to, like, there's a negotiation. You need to talk with his father and y'all have to come. Like, if you're starting off 50-50, which means both of us are going to be responsible for financially for the child. Now let's talk about arrangements. In terms of, you cannot talk crazy about the father to the child.
Mhm.
You have to agree that y'all may have to live in a certain facility, or if not, working things out, because again, we have to look into the best interest of the child if y'all are not married. And because of the consequence of you being married, there's certain negotiations that both parties have to do. You're right, it does lean more on what the mother wants, with the and I do believe, because I mean, these laws were created in the 50s and 60s when things were different, and mothers were primary caregivers, and mothers did not work, and it's not really has changed since then. But I'm not against it, and I am for men having primary custody now. I don't know how men will feel about raising these bad, these little, these little,
Let me
especially in the
listen.
formative years.
Let,
Because
let me tell you. Let
and
me
I do
tell you.
understand
This
they will
comes
live
up
somewhere to the
so much.
father, but it's
It
a
comes
lot.
up so much. Let me tell you. It comes up so our temperament is different. I'll just tell you. I think women experience a greater degree of stress related to children. I don't. I'm telling you right now, my kids can never get on my nerves as bad as they get on their mom's nerves.
You're right.
I have a different threshold.
You're
I think
right.
mothers struggle with the ability to be the nurturer and the disciplinarian.
You're
I
absolutely
don't
right.
have to be. I can nurture them with discipline. Now, will that make them a little too tough? Will they, be a little too militant? Sure. That's why it's best to be. Children should grow up in a marriage to have that balance, right? So I can, like I said, mothers shine in marriage. After I'm done whooping their ass, your mother can pat you up, but they will walk straight in my house. They're not just about to be sitting here yelling after I've said sit down twice, right? So I'm gonna use this metaphor, but don't think I'm actually gonna chop my kids' heads off. Let me say, there's a metaphor about a kingdom. They needed a new general. A guy shows up and says, "I'll be the general." He said, "Prove to me you can be a general." He rounds up any random group of people and says, "I'll teach them to march to the beat of your drum." He tells them to march, they don't march. He calls them over and says, "Were my instructions not clear?" They said they were clear. He tells them to march again. They giggling, laughing, falling over each other. He tells them, "Come back. Were my instructions not clear?" He said they were clear. They said they were clear. They do the same thing again. He walks up to them and chops one of their heads off. Then he says, "March again." Everybody's marching in perfect unison. So that's the way men are.
Yeah.
It's either my instructions were clear or you're just not listening to me. I'm going to get some act right out of y'all, and I don't care how I get it. I'm not going to chop my kids head off. Let me just say that.
You
But
might
that's the way men
give
are
us
in their house.
a metaphor.
Walk straight, or I'm going to make your life a living hell. You will not be like this in my house. Moms aren't like that. I don't think they can figure out how to be the nurturer and the disciplinarian. The one thing I can say about dads is that most dads, we do not care if we're hated as long as we're putting a functional and productive product out to display to the world. This is why I say mothers shine, because some dads are hated. He was too hard on me. He was stop being a wuss and look at how you turned out because of his discipline. He don't care if you hate him. In fact, it does hurt him. But he would rather you walk straight. He would rather have a presentable child to display to the world. Otherwise, it would be solely his fault if you were out here screwing up. You see what I'm saying? So I
Yeah.
think we just think about it different.
Yeah, and that's why I like this dialogue and this conversation, because you're right. I mean, God willing, all these experiences that you're speaking about, I don't even have to deal with, because me and my husband are a team and we're understanding, and I know my position, and that he's the man, he's the head of the household. I'm the nurturer, he is the disciplinarian. But just go back to the topic about how would you change the family court system? You know, I think you gave good points. I just wanted to give the perspective of how, when it comes to the cause, and I know there's so many nuances when it comes to bringing up children, that it is not easy to do it by yourself. But as you said, some women most definitely do not work or not trying to work, because you have to be below the poverty line at a certain, I think it's 28,000. You can't make more than 28,000 if you want all these financial assistance and the housing and the things like that. So some trifling women will not want to do better and will be argumentative with the man because they want all these stipends or subsidiaries. So you bring up a lot of points that I'm not even thinking about when it comes
You,
to the system, because
and
I
you
don't
know
have to
what's
deal with it.
crazy? You know what's crazy? And I'm gonna tell you, I've seen this happen personally, and it gets on my nerves. This is an anecdote, so I'm not using this to generalize the whole system. But my own personal experience with this was one of my good friends. This was recent. The son is now 11, cutting up in school. He had to get stationed by where they were to be able to take care of the baby, and help present wise, be present for the baby. Now he's present. They calling him to the school because he's the military man. He's the military officer and all of that. So he's the primary they want to show up for the son. And he's like, you know what? I do make an impact. He does get better when I'm around. He does listen to my redirection. So he goes to the mom who just had a baby with another dude who lives with her and says, "Give me custody of our boy. I'll take it from here." She says, "Only if I can keep the child support. I just had another baby." On God, that's what she said.
I believe you. Because yeah, it's just, whew.
Sad.
And he's military, so they taking a good 30. Like he makes a lot of money. He's an officer. I think 04, 05. So she gets a good chunk of money. She gets way more than average. All right. Only if I keep child support. I said no. I used to like this lady, by the way. We were real cool. I never knew she could be so trifling. College educated, got her own job, make her own money. Only if I can keep the child support. That's not even the one part. I just had another baby. What? She does not care. In fact, I got to call him. I don't know if he actually took custody of his son, but
I hope he
maybe he
does.
doesn't.
I hope he does get it, because you're right. I do think children should primarily. I mean, of course, the best is both of them together, but if not, um, children should be able to live with their father for a substantial amount of time.
Hmm. Man, dads aren't as trifling as the world try to make. us out to be, and slowly but surely, I think the world is realizing that.
They're not. They're not. But unfortunately, sometimes you have to live long enough to realize the nonsense and the BS that has been said
Yeah,
to you by society,
yeah.
and it's for a reason. They want you to consume more. They want you to have less wealth. They want you to be caught up in the system so they can take more from you. I
Hmm.
mean, but again, these conversations, I think for our young people, especially in their teens, getting into their 20s, to hear more of these conversations will really help the next generation. Because some people, if you're 30s and your 40s and you haven't figured out by now, most likely you're never going to figure it out. And that's what it is. You can only help the ones that you can help.
And where I really have hope that that's going to happen is because men are speaking now.
That's true. That's true.
Because unfortunately, I think when a lot of these, single mother led homes, the moms leave out the part where they screwed up. I've seen that happen. They're just so afraid to be 100% real with their sons and their daughters to say, listen, I understand you had a hard life. I understand my part in it. Here's what I did wrong so you don't screw up. Moms don't do that. You're like, there's so many moms that I know that will not admit fault in anything. So the
Absolutely,
cycle
a
just keeps
thousand percent.
continuing. It just keeps continuing, and they want to get mad. Like, didn't you learn nothing from me? Well, the mom wasn't honest to begin with. I have seen dads tell their own daughters, "Don't end up with a man like me. I ain't shit." I've seen dudes do that just because you're like, hopefully this can stop with me because I was a bad example. And
Mhm.
if not the dad himself, other men in that child's life will be like, this is where men go wrong and where you can't go wrong at all. All right, Mr. Blake, are you
Oh, well,
there?
fellas, I'll have to leave, but hopefully I can catch you later on this week.
Oh yeah.
It's been a pleasure being in y'all's presence.
All
As
right, take
always,
it
you're always
easy.
welcome.
Been a pleasure.
Mr. Blake, you there?
Yes, sir.
How would you
Well,
change
I
the
re-
yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
I really can't. I really can't speak too much to that topic per se because, like I say, I don't have kids. So yeah, I'm not as as well versed in that topic. So I mean,
I got you. I got you.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
even still, we all know somebody suffering from it. That's why, because that's not my situation either. But to get those anecdotes like I just gave, that one I just gave, to find out this is happening in real time from women I thought had good character, good morals. Like literally, I was just taking, like, she didn't say that, bro. She said that. Like,
I
whoa.
have one more thing to add, though, Mike, that I forgot about.
Mhm.
I think the whole child support, men giving money to a woman that he's no longer with. If men were able to buy and pay for things directly for the kid and bypass the woman, I think
Yep.
deadbeat dadism will go down a whole lot if
Yep.
because he knew where that money was going. So if I had to pay $1,000 a month and I knew that 95% of it was going directly to the kid as opposed to putting it into a woman's hand, then I think it would be better.
Hmm.
but I'll tell you this. Now, let me chime in on this. Now, this is probably why I don't have kids at this point. This is probably why I don't have kids at this point. It's because, like, I've never really met a woman. Not to say there are no good women out there, not the best black women. I love black women. Their preference, okay? But I've always had, I don't want to say the fear, but like I've always had the apprehension of just hooking up with a chick, having, what I'm saying, and having a baby bar and then having to, just go through all the drama. I think that's one of the things. I think that's probably why, you know, I really don't want to go through that. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously. I see a lot of different cats go through it. I'm like, man, you know. So
Hmm.
that be
So
my
what you just
might be
yeah,
part of it.
what you just explained is what I think is happening to a lot of men now. So I don't like the characterization that a lot of men are irresponsible, not careful with their seed and all that. Over 50% of black men under 40 don't even have children at all. Like over 50, so half of America in black men don't have children. They are afraid the same way you said you are. Like, I don't think we would strive, to even see, and I think one of the biggest things is what I just explained, to even see women that we characterize as good women doing this to dudes will just ruin you. Most men are like, that can't be me. I'd rather just be free and without a legacy at all, without a legend to continue at all, rather than to get caught up in this BS. And I don't think the justice system or the injustice system or the government in general, because they get a benefit from it either way, I don't think they see in the totality how they contributed to the culture of degeneracy. The worst part about it is they don't ever really see these things until it's too late. Like, now you're going to have men that are so docile. They've all been raised by their mothers. This creates way more criminals until they realize that, damn, did we contribute to this by this issue? And then, they'll make laws. Like I said, as soon as it starts affecting white people in a certain, to a certain degree, then they're going to want to change it. But I got another question for y'all. This is a bit of a curveball. Is it common for a woman to have a child to trap men? This is, just we don't need to get into direct percentages, but if you have any examples, anything you've heard, we know that this is one of those things where if a man is committing a felony already, if he's having unprotected sex with her already, and it's going to lead me into my next question. Is it common for a woman to have a child to trap the man?
I don't know if it's common. You know what? It's common depending on the level of the man. I think they try to trap rich men all the time. Matter of fact, I had a woman that I used to work with. She said, listen, if I ever got my hands on an NBA guy or a baller and he wanted to wear a condom, I would say, listen, we ain't having sex if you put that on. She got a little raunchy. She said, yeah, my legs would be up. And, so the women will trap a guy, especially if he, that's why I don't understand on the Pookie and Ray Ray side, where women know a guy don't got anything and they still having babies by these dudes. Mm-hmm. But, the rich, on the high end side, there's a lot of women trying to trap men, and a lot of men fall into the trap.
Yeah,
they fall into it because they want that 2 minutes of raw dogging. You know what I'm saying? And they just do it. Men are just stupid sometimes.
Right. I would say this. I have to say this, man. Listen, man. If you're talking to a woman, depending on your age or whatever, you can tell if she's, I know I can. You can tell if she wants kids or she's fertile or not just by the questions that you ask her before you even have sex with her in the first place. So I'm going to be honest, man. It's not the woman's fault. I really believe that's the man's fault. I'm going to just keep it real. Because if you're going in, especially if you're going in without a condom, if you're going in without a condom, right? And you have a conversation with the woman, you be like, okay, well, how old are you? Oh, this and that. Oh, yeah. And if she's having the kids, you're like, okay, well, have you ever been in it? Or your tubes tied, blah, blah, blah. The answer. But if they lie, you know what I'm saying? You know what, if you know what questions to ask, you know how to move. I'm telling you, I've done it. I ain't got no kids. I'm just saying, I've done it.
No, I agree with you. I don't absolve the men. I do agree with you. If you actually go through it, you got to know there's consequences of raw dogging a woman, no matter what she says.
Yeah.
And especially if you don't know it.
But check this out, though. She could be fine, pretty, all that. If you know she has kids and she's of a certain, it depends on the age too, though. Let's put that in perspective. Because when I was younger,
she's over 40. That's different. Yeah.
Even then, like I was younger, I preferred older women, but because I was just playing around. But just for that reason, though, you see what I'm saying? Because I just wanted to, do my thing and move around. So I knew they didn't want to have kids. They couldn't lie if they tried. I know they didn't want to have kids. You get me?
Yep.
It's just
Yep.
the way you have to play the game different when it comes to that part of the game, you know. But now if
Yeah.
you just fresh in the game and you just like trying to get get some or whatever, then I mean that's different. I mean, I don't know if I'm making sense or not, but
No, you're making
Yeah.
sense. That's why I left it to, like, if you're a baller and you're rich, you have to assume that when you're fooling around with IG models and stuff like that, these women want to
oh
get pregnant.
yeah,
You
that's
got
I
to
Oh,
just
mean
assume, no
that's a
matter
no
what they
brainer.
say.
they're
Yeah,
Right.
that's a
But,
professional.
no brainer.
but the guys are still stupid enough to do it. Like you said, it's still their fault. They still do it.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I always say when it comes to those NBA players. So here's the weirdest thing ever because I had this discussion with a woman and she said something. Well, men do the same thing. I was like, excuse me. Okay, let's put this into perspective for a second. There are women, all of these IG models. I want y'all to notice. NBA All Star weekend is either this week or next week. NBA All Star. I don't even know where it's at. Let me look it up. NBA All Star, and this is for everybody in the chat. All Star 2023. Let me see where this is taking place. Salt Lake City, Utah. This is excellent. Nobody goes to Salt Lake City, Utah for anything. Has any of you black men, especially, have you ever been to Salt Lake City, Utah?
I've been there.
All right. So, have you vacationed or was it work or did you
No,
go skiing?
it was work related.
It was work related.
Right.
I don't know anybody that goes there for pleasure. In fact, I met one of my shooting buddies. He said he came down there and people literally, unless you hike, they go to some place called like Moab or something, and that's it. So I want you to see how many Instagram models their location tag says Salt Lake City, Utah this week, because women go where the men are. You do not see the WNBA All-Star weekend, a bunch of men going to
No.
descend upon the area
Not
where
at
women
all.
are.
Nah.
These women. So I do absolutely believe that women do trap men, but not only rich men, because most men aren't even rich, right? So I'll talk about the other types of men. I believe this is actually biological and all women do it in some way, shape, or form. Or I'll say most women do it in some way, shape, or form. Even if they're not trying to get pregnant right away. The trap for children happens in the trap of a relationship. When we look at a woman behaving a certain way, women are trying to trap you into marriage. They're trying to get a commitment out of you. And as hard as it is for women to get that from a man, from a quality man these days, you have to believe they're going to do anything necessary to get it done. You know what I mean? So it's
Yep.
almost natural that a woman does that. So women will trap because it's not just rich men. A lot of women today are superficial. They don't even want a guy with money. They'll just do certain things because the guy looks like he has it. I've known women to get pregnant because a guy looks a certain way and dresses a certain way, and they just want their son to dress like that. They just want a dude with swag. They want a dude with dread. Like literally, these women are that superficial in
I'm
this day
hearing
and
you.
age.
That
It's
kind of
crazy to understand if you're a man of substance and
right.
you come from that type of family, but women actually get pregnant for these men simply either for genetics or superficial reasons because of the way they look and dress. Ooh, he cute girl, I'll take him down. Literally know nothing else about his character. And she's pregnant by the dudes a few months later. Women also, and this is what I believe happened to me in the situation where somebody tried to trap me. I actually moved because of this reason. I went to my mom's house and I told my wife this one. I literally just declared, I said, "Mom, listen, I'm in my mom and dad's house," and was like, "I'm leaving this area." You know what I mean? And I just wanted to see how she felt about it. The girl I was seeing at the time, I was still in the military. She started talking real crazy. So we hadn't even been dating but 4 months, and she started talking about children and what would our children look like, and at that time I was like, okay, man, this must be normal. She must just be talking about this because we're moving into the phase where I might be in a committed relationship. Not 1 week into that time, she suggested we start having unprotected sex. Something clicked in my head to be like, oh no, 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 no. I did not see her like that, like in my future in that way. You see what I'm saying? And as enticing as that offer was, I knew exactly where it came from.
That's exactly what I'm talking
You
about.
see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
this
yeah,
woman,
yeah.
she would talk to me a lot about what I wanted to do with my life, my purpose, where I saw myself going, all of this type of stuff. And immediately after, that's when those propositions came. So a man doesn't even need to have resources at that time to get trapped. A woman is trying to trap you for your future. Women like to trap purposeful men. That's why dudes in the military be getting trapped. They trap you in any country you in just for your benefits
Okay.
because you got purpose. You wake up on time for work every day. Your uniform is always pressed and clean, and you might be sergeant, you might be master sergeant one day. I want some of this. So I feel like it's all types of men out here getting trapped.
Yeah,
I
you're right.
also
You're right.
believe, yeah, I also believe this is something new. Women will trap you for your family.
Mm.
I think a lot of women want to be a part of a family. Like, you see what I'm saying? I think that was also a reason. This woman was obsessed with my Nigerian culture. My mom met her by accident and didn't approve of her. You know what I mean? So I think that's, that may be on another level, but I think women trap you because we know this happens within the whites, where women will trap you just to be a part of, something greater. His mom and dad got money, or his dad is in the stocks, or they'll trap you just to be a part of your family. So I believe all of that is possible. What do y'all think?
No, I don't disagree. The spectrum is wide. So I can't disagree with it, whatever you're saying. Right. So I mean that kind of explains how so many women get pregnant by the guys at the low end of that bell curve. They know the guys don't have anything, but like you said, they might have looks. Women just might want those genes, and they don't care whether this guy is a good guy or not. He's tall, he's light skinned, or he's this or that. He got curly hair, you know. He
Exactly.
got light eyes or something,
Do,
Yeah,
do
yeah,
you do you know that? So the weird part about it is that we usually talk about this topic of sex as civilized people when we're really animals. In that particular act, we're really animals.
yeah.
So, I'm gonna tell this to my child too. A woman doesn't want to have sex with you. If she's feeling you like that, she wants to be inseminated by you. There's a huge difference there. Because I think we do boys a disservice where we give them all proactive advice about sex. Wear a condom, do all that stuff. That's natural common sense advice. The advice I want to give to some men out there is, do you know what to do when she propositions you to take that condom off? Have you thought about that at all? Because it's gonna happen. When she really feeling you like that, just like you said with the men of higher status and money, when she really feeling you or wants something from you, she's going to wait until you're at your weakest moment, and she's gonna be like, I just want to take it off. I don't know a dude that can like come to his senses and be like, no, stop right now. I'm not trying to do that. She gonna wait till you're at your weakest moment when you're already in the throes of passion and just reach down there and slide that bad boy right off. I believe over half of unprotected sex incidents were initiated by women, not men. We act like it's the dude's fault all the time. So I want men to know that. You better understand what happens in that situation. That's where you
Yeah.
save yourself. Literally jump out of it, dive on the floor, roll, stop, drop, and roll. Do something, because that's a hard situation to get out of. What do y'all think?
Oh, it's true. Listen, women don't like to take this accountability or responsibility either. That they have the last right, they have the last word for sex, right? They try to say, well, it's a man's fault too, uh, but they could tell you no at any time. Matter of fact, the Christian Cure just had something yesterday saying that she doesn't believe that women can really consent to sex anymore because they just had those two boys from Ohio State who just
Mhm.
got off. They had a video and of the woman consenting, and they still had to go to trial for their lives, and they got acquitted. But the woman, the plaintiff said that they coerced her into making that video, and they didn't. So the jury believed them, But that's that. Women don't. They really the court society says women can't consent to sex. You could be having sex with them, and they could tell you to stop.
Yep.
You could, or afterwards they could say if they have remorse. We see 20 years later, I had sex with this guy, and he's in jail. So you're right.
I'm with
Women can
you.
make men do a lot of stuff because they know we want sex. And if they tell you to take off a condom, there's very few men who are going to be able to say no, especially in the throes of passion. Very few men.
Oh,
Very few.
that's why I put it that way. They'll wait to the middle.
Yeah,
I've been
I'll tell you
propositioned
this.
like, nah, I'm good.
go ahead.
Look, I'll tell you
Yeah.
this. Most times, I think I mean, honestly, on a grand scheme of things, I think most times once a woman meets a man, she wants to have sex with him more than he wants to have sex with her. Straight up. If you meet a woman, just say for instance, if you meet a woman at a wherever, grocery store, online, bar, wherever, if you meet her and you get her number or her contact information and you guys start engaging, 9 times out of 10, she wants to have sex with you before you want to have sex with her. That's a fact.
Yep.
Or else
And let
she
me-
wouldn't engage with you at all.
Exactly. So
I want you. I want you.
she's already thinking about
Yeah.
it. Trust me.
Oh
So
yeah.
Callie Bev says it. She seriously doubts it's half. Let me tell you why it's half. Because women have to compete, right? So for a man's affection, for a man's attention, and this is what happens. This is the progression that happens in the relationship, to where a woman might start thinking you being so safe is you being too casual. So in order to have a more intimate experience with you, she wants to let you go all the way. Like you're talking to men here who've done their thing. And I'm telling you, this is what women do. Right when she feels like, your attention might be straying. She saw you in the yard with another girl, and you ask her, she asks you, what are we? It's usually right after this time that she's going to start turning up the heat on being super intimate with you. Right around this time, y'all start going super nuts, feeling like you're not going to win the game. You're not going to get the dude. Then y'all start acting crazy and making all type of propositions. So it's not cap. But I got another question for y'all. This one's going to be good. Because
Okay.
this was my lead up question. When you talk about putting the power, all right, listen up, y'all. When you talk about putting the power back in men's hands, it's not just in the family court system. Women keep asking for this, but I wonder if they've pondered on what the actual consequence would be for it. So, how will male birth control change the landscape of casual sex? Because women keep saying they want male birth control, but I don't think they've thought about this. This puts the power back in a man's hands. If you can't weaponize sex against a dude in this way, casual sex, to where you get no baby out of it, because we talked about them wanting to be more intimate, right? So now you get no baby and the power is back in my hands. I just get to take your body and move on. How do you think this will change the landscape of casual sex? My man E-Man, what's going on? I ain't seen you in a minute.
Anybody else want to go first?
Yeah, E-Man.
How you doing, brother? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What you got on the topic or the question?
I got some questions for you, my friend. So,
Yep.
so do y'all think that just women don't want to have sex? Women and men don't want to have sex just because it feel better? Like, do you think that they really think this deep into it where they like, oh, I'm trying to trap this guy because of this, that, and the third? Or do they just want the better feeling?
So it is. So not only is it a better feeling, but I wish we had a woman on the panel right now. The men want to definitely do it because of the better feeling. But when you look at it, I'm just taking a guess. I'm not a woman. I believe women know exactly what's at stake. All right. They are the harbingers for STDs. They are the ones who are going to catch it, and it's their womb. So we kind of absolve women of knowing exactly what they're doing when they have casual sex, or because it's their womb. I don't get pregnant. She does. She's going to die in the delivery room. Right. So we can't act like women don't know these things. So essentially what they're doing is risking it all. So I believe that they want to have an intimate connection with the dude before they risk it all. What do you think?
I think they just want to have sex now. I mean, you hear
Me
them
too.
talking.
I
They're just,
agree.
I mean, the women are just nasty as hell, man.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, I mean, I'm not trying to disparage them. I should have said
It's
horny as
true.
hell. I mean, that's all they talk about,
Nah, they
man.
nasty. They
Bro,
nasty.
they want it. Listen, they want it more than we do in some cases. I'm
I'm
telling you.
saying.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
so yeah, go ahead, E-Man.
the reason I disagree with you, because if that was the case, I don't think we would be seeing them getting rid of babies at the rate that they was. If it was just about trapping a man, if it was just about, hey, I want his family, I want this, we wouldn't see as many babies getting deleted. So I really think a lot of women just want to have fun. I don't think they thinking this deep into it. It's like, hey, I done heard about you around campus. This was when I was in college. I done heard about you around campus. I heard you know how to lay that pipe, and I want to know what everybody talking about. I don't think it's more of a trap thing. I think it's they just want to experience what all the other women are talking about.
So we're taking the conversation in the direct. So we can go there. So the conversation was more in the relationship arena, marriage arena. Now we're going down to the depths of what you talk about, which I'm totally down to do. So if we're because Mr. Rich already kind of took it there. He called them hoes. He said we got some hoes out here. So that it definitely applies. So if we're talking about that type of woman, because you made a perfect point, there wouldn't be babies getting deleted if they weren't out here just trying to have fun. So that is a point, but I believe that's a certain type of woman.
Right.
And it's definitely debatable, and yet somebody might win if they talk about there are more women like that these days. What do y'all think?
Well, this is my point. This is kind of what I was getting at when I joined initially. I think that a lot of women, I wouldn't categorize them as hoes though. And
I
hear
said
me out.
horny as hell, but go ahead.
But
Exactly. Yeah. I wouldn't say they're hoes, but
So what is a hoe? We need to
hold on. Let me see. Look.
Breaking out.
Oh, you're muted.
Check me out now.
Yeah.
There are a lot of professional women. I mean, they carry themselves like, church girls, library girl, whatever you want to call it. But they want sex just, if not more than you do as a man. I'm telling you the truth. Now, if you approach these women in a certain way, like a gentleman or whatever, hey, what's going on? How you doing? I'd like to, get to know you. And I'm not a player. I don't have game, I don't be, how do they say, well, whatever. I'm not a slick talker or nothing like that. But if you walk up to a woman and you say, hey, how you doing? Get to know them, blah, blah, blah. Man, it don't take me no time. It wouldn't take me that much time to know if I can get it or not. Easy, I'm telling you. But with respect to her, that doesn't make her a hoe. It just, I think it just means that she's exercising her whatever sexual liberation, if you want to be.
Oh no, you didn't, Mr.
Well,
Blake. Oh no, you did not.
Like,
Go ahead. Go ahead,
No, but
man.
I'm telling you. Listen, Doc. I'm
Exercising.
telling you. Listen. Look.
Sexual liberation.
Look.
Exercising.
Look. Well, check this out, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. If you line up 5 women, if you lined up 5 women for me, like just like what's the word I'm looking for? Like I didn't know you lined them up for me, and you just like sent it to my inbox, like, and I didn't even know, right? Or whatever. I'm trying to think of a scenario to make everybody understand. Out of those 5, go ahead, bro. No,
well,
but out of those,
I just want to give a baseline, right? So a woman is a hoe to me if she having sex with multiple people at one time. Like if she have multiple partners in a short period of time, she's a hoe. So just because she turned you down doesn't mean that she's turning the other 10 dudes on campus down. She's a hoe.
Okay, but listen, check me out though. Now I'm okay with respect to age, right? Now I'm 40, I'm 47, right? Okay, I know I understand how the college life goes, but I'm talking about as far as like a woman maybe 35 and up, right?
All
You know
right.
what I'm saying?
So
Okay.
35. Guess what? If she got multiple people coming through her apartment, like hoes just don't qualify for college people. Like it's women
No, but
40 years old. Listen, it's women 40 years old. They got you coming through. They got big Dick Willie coming through. All these people coming through. She's a hoe. If most of the dudes are hitting that,
listen, Mr. Blake, here's where I got pushed back. All the pushback.
come on.
Because we try to do this thing for women, right? And somebody's saying there's a spectrum. The part I really want y'all to harp on for those who are married and those, shouldn't there be a distinction between women who freely participate in sexual liberation and your wife? Shouldn't there be a clear distinction between
Hey, listen, I'm not talking about your wife.
I'm just saying, if for a woman who does not participate in that behavior at all, or at a very, small level, or just what do you call it? Because ain't no man getting a virgin. I was saying, ain't no man getting a virgin. So a woman who maybe is in a relationship, long-term relationship, one at a time, and then she meets her husband. Shouldn't there be a clear distinction between her behavior and the sexually liberated woman?
Yeah. I probably used the sexual liberation wrong, because I was in a long-term relationship before. Okay, and I was with her for a nice minute, and that's a different story. And I know but the thing about it is this, though. How can I put this?
I think you're struggling because you're trying to create something that don't exist.
It exists, brother. Well,
those
maybe
women are
I could be wrong. Man, but listen, no, man. You will never really know what a woman is doing. How do you really know? Like, seriously.
I'm glad you said that. We can talk about it. Go ahead.
But check this out though. Say you and your lady are together. Well, yeah, you probably know then. But then after y'all split, then it's whatever.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this, brother Blake, to what you're saying right there. See, I look at more so women's sexual appetite than the actual numbers, because you never really know their numbers for real.
Right.
So I get into your appetite for sex than your numbers. You know what I'm saying? Because you want to know what women are into sexually. Because a woman may, if say she mentions something she likes sexually, and you be like, oh nah, I ain't into that, then she has to hold that back. She could have brought it up like in a hypothetical way, but not. But honestly, that's her thing. But because you knock me down, she holds that. She marries you, but she still has that itch for that thing that she likes to do. So she goes somewhere else and gets that done. So I'm more so into your appetite than your numbers, because I never really know your numbers. And I thought about this when a sister told me that she had been with like, I think maybe like 10 guys. But she said the first guy she ever been with had a big penis, but she didn't know at the time because it was her first guy. And I kind of thought about it. I said, damn, well, if a woman has been with 5 guys and all of them got big penises, and you just look at the 5 guys, but not the actual experience, you're going to think that she ain't really had no experience because she only been with 5 guys. But the whole time she been with 5 porn stars, for example. So I get into more so just what the appetite of a woman, what she's into. And I'd rather tap into that than really get deep into the number game.
Right. I can dig that too, though. Yeah, you'll never know the number anyway.
This is the one thing, because this is the excuse women use all the time. Where how do you really know what a woman's body count is? I can just give me a little minute. I can find out. All right. So here's the thing. Here's my thing about it. Women with extremely low body counts do not behave like women with extremely high body counts. They don't. There is a clear distinction between these women. Women who with high body counts develop an arrogance about casual sex. They have to, because they don't like to be shamed for it. They don't like to be shamed in the arena of sex because they've participated in it so much. So what you start to see, like Demetrius said, is the arrogance. When you start to talk about sex in a way, they need to say things like, oh, I've tried that, but I wasn't impressed with that. They're trying to sexually match you, so you can't shame them, right? So it does not fail. Just start asking them questions about their experiences, what they like. A woman, let me tell you something. This is the type of woman I expect men to marry if they're looking for a red flag. Get a woman who's been in a few long-term relationships.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, like long-term relationships. That's your best bet. That's like the under 5 rule. If you're trying to find a woman, like who would, like when you meet the family, oh, you know, how did y'all like her boyfriends before me? Oh, such and such was cool. And then there was that guy from college. They were together about 6 years, and you know they were cool, but you know now she grown. Like that. That's the type of research I did. Okay, to find out the numbers. The difference between that type of woman and the women with high body counts, they are sensitive to intimate touch. They don't like to occupy intimate spaces with you. That's a huge one. If a woman just want to walk up in your bedroom, red flag. Like if she want to come to your house on the first, second date, red flag. Right? Or she accepts all of these type of things. All huge red flags. Like they don't want to occupy intimate spaces with you. They're not giving super things for you to touch them super early, third, fourth, fifth date. They are literally sitting across the table trying to get to know you. The other women are either super flirty, acting like they don't mind you doing the things to them because they're so used to it. Just take the time to look at these cues and you'll be able to figure it out.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
Well, it's just like Demetrius said. I think we're all talking about the same thing. It's how the woman moves. You gotta see. You gotta feel. I used to say the spirit of the woman you want to court for marriage. That's what I do with my wife. I just observed the way she moved around me, around other men, around my friends, all that kind of stuff. I mean, when I first met her, you know, she would have maybe a phone call or something, and she would go in the other room. You know what that's about? That shit just stopped. It just stopped. All that stuff stopped. And like I said, I told the story before. At one point, she was going to try to tell me about her experiences, but she was still young. She just kind of fresh out of college for a year or two. And she was going to tell me, and I just had a feeling. I said, "Listen, I don't want to hear none of this shit, man. I don't care what you did up in school. I don't want to hear it." But I just told her, I said, "Anything you learned, just make sure I benefit from that shit. That's all."
Yeah.
You know, so if you learn some tricks and all that kind of shit, you make sure I get some of that.
That's
You know, so
all of that.
that's it. That's it. And we moved on from there. We never talked about it again. So, and what that also did is when we started having relationships, she didn't have to have any governor because she knew I wasn't going to judge her. Well, how did you know how to do this? How do you know how to do that? You know, I said, yeah, you know. But we're tight though. Like I said, we've been married for 35 years, man. I don't worry about her. I don't check her phone. I don't do any of that stuff, man. We're just cool. We empty nesters now.
I wanted to speak on the condo thing. That's what actually made me want to jump in because and this is not to shame sisters or anything for this, but I would say, and this is not no statistics, this is just my personal account and just talking to other brothers. But I would say, man, you could just about sleep with 50% of women the first night without a condom.
That part.
If not on a one night stand situation without a condom. And if not, and definitely after about the second or third sexual encounter without a condom. So, and a lot of it has to do with the irritation. It doesn't feel, you know, great for women. And then what you said, Trigger Mike, about just you putting that barrier up of like, you know, what you don't trust me or something. Like, I mean, dang, what you trying to say? You know, that you being so concerned about, you know, I ain't trying to have no babies. I ain't trying to catch nothing or whatever. But see, this is why you see a lot of square chicks catch HIV, because a square has sex without a condom before, of course, a prostitute or even a woman of the night, because she's going to be a little bit more cautious because she knows she out there in the game and she's sleeping with different men, whether it be for money or whatever. But you have that square little lawyer chick that meet a dude at the club or on vacation or whatever, and she'll let him hit over on vacation with no condom. And she then came back with something, and it's like, oh, you remember such and such from college? You know, she was law school and this and that. You know, what? How she catch it? Wait, she won't even out there like that because she had those one or two encounters without a condom with somebody she didn't know. But chicks that, you know, kind of be in the game, they, you know, they gonna wear protection, they gonna get checkups, etc., etc. But when I used to Uber back in the day, and I'm gonna end it right here. I had a chick in my car that was actually a prostitute, and she told me that if somebody sexually assaults you, you could go to the hospital and take medication to kill whatever the virus, could be HIV, whatever, but it has to be like in like 24 hours. It has to be like real quick, because she was telling me that a police officer told her that. So you got different things like that say a square might be ashamed that happened to her and may not go take care of that, and court you something. You understand what I'm saying? So it'd be a lot of little situations like that be going on where just regular women, they get drunk and they, you know what I'm saying, they find themselves in situations like that.
Indeed. So to the point about male birth control, so I wanted to make a point on this. So they've been working on it for years at this point. And for some reason, when I talk to ladies, especially intellectual ladies, they act like this is what's all needed to stop certain problems in the society today. Like, well, if men can get birth control, then all the problems will be fixed. Sure, for us, they will be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that really is what puts power back in men's hands.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what ladies are talking about, because now, number one, the STD rate going to be out of control. The STD rate, like, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm glad I'm done with all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
By the time male birth control come out, you best believe there's probably 10% of people wearing condoms at that point.
Mm-hmm.
No point. Right? Either you going to proposition to take it off, she going to proposition to take it off. So now you would just worry. You thought she was clean. You thought you was the only one hitting it, and you were just worried about the baby part. Now you got on male birth control. So that's another faction of men who don't give a damn about condoms. So that's what's going to happen on that front. But I also think there's an emotional component to it, where if women aren't able to trap men no more, and you just using them as a receptacle, because let's be real, I think a lot of, and this is something that's on the men's side, and something that I really want women to stop doing. Stop letting these men use your body to masturbate. Because women think they're getting something from the exchange, and sometimes they fool themselves into thinking they're getting the same thing as the man. And sometimes the relationship or the exchange between them is purely sexual until she catches feelings, because she feel like you taking something from her, and you just bounce and you out. So I think that's going to shift the dynamic into greater false accusations against men, because when she don't get something out of it, when she's no longer in control, and you just, you stop returning her texts, you stop showing up because you found another joint, I think a lot of women are going to feel a way about that. When they don't get something out of it, I think we're going to start to see the tables turn in a way that's negative for men. Positive on the side where they're not going to get a kid if they don't want it at a time they don't want. But that's still, women still have weapons in that case when you hurt their feelings. What do y'all think?
I think women always have weapons, though. I mean, either way you look at it, I think a woman always has a weapon to some degree, because I don't know, man. It's just something about a woman. Like, obviously I'm not a woman, so I can't really speak on how they think and all that. But it's just something about the way a woman moves to where you will never truly understand like what she's really thinking. Like, she always, I don't know how to explain it, but
the abuse level may even go up with men, verbally and physically, because if they can't control you sexually, because now men have birth control, I could see them trying to weaponize, the way they talk to you, even though they tend to do that anyway now. But I could see that a spike in that going up, with women trying to find other ways like that to demasculate you and talk crazy to you even more, because you took that power back and controlling your seed. And that's a big thing. You gotta think Project, Section 8, WIC, all that is built up of the black man putting his sperm everywhere. You know what I mean?
I still think it depends on the type, like the quality of woman that you're pursuing too, though. I
don't think so.
You say you don't?
Yeah, you both could be right though, because brother, you might have standards. I'm talking about my man over here, but
yeah,
a lot of black men don't have no standards, man.
Yeah,
true.
They don't.
That ain't me.
True.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You might have, but most black men don't have any standards whatsoever. That's why our women are so fat.
Well, I was just saying
You're
it.
right.
I was just saying it just when it comes to, because I mean you right, but I was saying basically when it comes to the matter of the heart, he didn't the most educated woman to get ratchet on you. You know what I'm saying, and start acting crazy. So that's kind of why I was
Okay,
saying.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Hey, but trigger back to your question. I don't know how male birth control will. I mean, I don't know whether that will really change anything, at all. And there's a reason why there's no real male birth control other than the condom or that vasectomy. If they could come up with a vaccine for some unknown disease in 3 weeks, if the scientists really were working on a birth control for men, they would have it by now.
Yeah.
So it's no real push for that. Right, and to say men will take something that will kill their sperm when they ejaculate, that's probably going to, men psychologically going to say, wait a minute, what's that going to do to me long term? There's no way.
Yeah. Well,
So
that's what they report right now is the problem with it. It's like I forget. I've read some studies on it. They are working on it because they have the Texas Medical Center here. They got a few people I know working on that particular study, but it's like they can't help but do too much damage with it right now. So that's
what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying there's no, laboratory stuff on it, but where's the real push?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, where's the real push? I don't think men are clamoring for that. Are we? Are men really clamoring?
I heard of it before, but this is the first time I haven't heard about it in a long time.
Right.
Yeah, but I've heard
about it like a couple of years ago. Hey y'all, hey Trigger Mike.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Okay, stir the pot real quick. Hey, I'm gonna just hop right back down or whatever. But I did hear of the male birth control pill maybe like a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. The reason why it hasn't been pushed is because the men didn't like some of the side effects. I can't exactly remember what they were, but whatever it was minimal to what our side effects are from long-term use of birth control. But yeah, I'm going
what
back
you're saying
downstairs.
Is men are smarter. Are you saying men are smarter and won't take that shit? Is that what you're saying? Let me see. So it says the side effects of male birth control currently during the testing are weight gain, acne, irritability, and mood swings. Hell no, we ain't taking that. That's a woman.
All the same shit that we.
So we become women. That means our titties gonna start itching and shit. No, we ain't.
And actually, that's less side effects than what women's side effects
are.
But y'all don't want to tolerate that shit. But y'all want to push it and make us take the birth control.
And everything, man. Forget it. No way.
What'd you say, RFA? What'd you say?
Men will start growing titties and all that kind of stuff with that, birth control product.
It literally said it turns us to a woman. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Yeah, that was it. Y'all didn't like the side effects, anyway. So nobody ever pushed it, but the side effects for the women, that was okay. Y'all, the men went on ahead and pushed that out there. Y'all go ahead and take this bullshit.
No. So I think you're mischaracterizing it. Remember, these things were pushed for women. Women wanted that.
Yes, women wanted
the ability to go to work. So one way they could stop. I mean, the cycle of. Have you noticed that women used to have 8, 9, 10 children? Now women only got like 2, 3. So that's because of birth control. That's what y'all wanted, not what we forced on you.
Yeah, birth control liberated
you guys
women.
Didn't force it on us, but who runs the industry? Men do. Y'all pushed it out there to the masses. All right, good night, y'all.
Yeah.
No, for real. I really did.
Today.
I really do have to go, but I did come to stir the pot a little bit though.
All right, I need you to answer this question.
Thank you.
Quick. What's up?
Hold on. It's about moms. Just real quick, drop some knowledge. What can mothers tell their sons about the sex to help them prepare for the sexual court of law, as I've explained
it? I don't know. That's real kind of I don't know what I would say in the moment, real talk. And most of that kind of conversation is between my husband and my son. I really pretty much stay out of that.
Yeah.
I just
You know
say,
what my answer is? Yeah. You know what my
I just
answer is?
pretty. Oh, go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you a question because I want to ask you a question. Are you willing to share explicit details of where you went wrong with your, if you had a daughter, let's say, not even just a son?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, okay. I feel like you're rare.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Why
work.
would I not say nothing to her?
I work at a shelter with. I work at a shelter in D.C. with teenagers, and I wish the mothers would talk to the girls. I have to get on my coworkers, my female coworkers, about not being honest with the girls because I can't do it. I try to, but it's just not the same when a woman speaks to you about it. And I
Yep.
literally not had to tell my coworkers like, "Yo, y'all got to start talking to these girls, man, and let them know what's up." And they kind of a little timid about it. And the mothers ain't even really doing it because with the way you talk to the girls, their mamas ain't really talked to them yet about what's going on. And they mamas, 33 and the girls 15, 16 already out here. So I wish that, mothers like the brother said, you're a rarity, man, because I don't hear women really having that tough conversation with their daughters.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know with my boys I work with, I tell them. I get in it. I dig up in their ass and let them know, excuse my language, that it ain't the same game as a young man out.
Yep.
So
I would listen. I'm not a mom. But I don't even know if you can. I think moms have such a critical. So moms with their sons. Let me start with that one. Moms with their sons. I believe one thing they can do is basically tell them exactly how women weaponize. I feel like women throughout the entirety of their lives are just trying to create a narrative around themselves, this angelic narrative around themselves, especially to their sons and their husbands and the men that they deal with. They're just trying to say, we're all angels, we're light, we're airy, we don't want no trouble. I appreciate fully a woman is going to be real, like 100% real with you, and say, this is the trifling stuff that I've done. This is how trifling a woman can be. If you aren't careful, this woman that you love so much can still do this to you. That is what dudes need to hear from their boys need to hear from their mom. Boys need to escape the delusion. A lot of boys, like I said, are romantic and are living the Disney fantasy as well. And even though you're hearing certain things from your dad, you're hearing somebody who has experienced it, not who has the ability to do it. So that's how you get that wraparound type of love for your child. It's like, I'm going to give you what I experienced or what I could have experienced and all that stuff. Let me send you to the person who has the ability to do this. That's that good cop, bad cop type thing that works so well when you're trying to get somebody to confess. So I wish more moms would do that. Now, if I'm going to touch on it a little bit, moms need to do to their daughters, you need to tell your daughters where you screwed up. Because we're talking about, hoes and promiscuous women. But that's not generation. That's not millennials. That's not just Gen Z. This started with the baby boomers. So you got old women out here that've done this stuff. They can drop knowledge. The 70s, I heard the 70s was about the nastiest. That's where most of these epidemics for STDs even came from. They weren't even prevalent to the 70s. So moms need to be like, listen, stop trying to create this facade of this perfect person you were before you had children. Tell them this is exactly where I screwed up. This is what I let men do to me. And this is what it did to me mentally. This is what it did to me physically. This is what it did to my self-worth. This is what it did to my sense of self. This is how I was shamed for it. And these children will start to live through your experience, not because they think you're somebody perfect. The other thing I think women need to do, and this is a call I'm putting out to my own personal people. Tell them you will not celebrate their mistakes. I'm telling you as a dad, if my child has a baby out of wedlock, I'm not going to the fucking baby shower. I'm telling her that when she's 15. Don't expect me there. I ain't buying you no present. I'ma obviously have to be present in the baby life. I ain't going to your fucking baby shower. I'm not what do you celebrating that shit. Moms need to be on the same accord. That's what I think. What you got, E-Man?
Well, I agree with you. Let me say that first. I do agree with the point that you was making, but mothers to state that for mothers to state that they felt that they did something wrong, they first got to come into reality what they did was wrong.
Damn. Facts.
And I think it's so many mothers think how they moved was good. I don't think it's so many women out there that's thinking, having a whole bunch of bodies, not being married. I don't think they're taking accountability that this was a wrong on my era. I think a lot of women are pushing the blame over to I just never ran into the right man, or I never was in contact with the person who could have been XYZ. So I think it works, but I think that women today are living in such a denial that they don't think that it was ever them. I typically don't hear women say, "Hey, I did XYZ wrong." No, your daddy, even me growing up, my mom would say, my daddy. Then when I got old enough, I got my mommy and my daddy into the room, and I realized that my mama wasn't great. She was a good mother, but from a wife point of view, I wouldn't say that she was great. So I think what really got to come down to is these mothers need to get therapy. And then what they need to do after they realize they're wrong, then they can address the kids. But you trying to tell the kids something from a warped point of view or point of view that's not quite right, they gonna still blame it on the other person because they don't see where they was wrong in the situation.
I agree with that.
Facts. Yeah, I
That's
agree
agree
with
with
facts.
that.
that.
Who else got something on it? Mr. Williams, what's up?
Yeah, what's up?
That's
What's up,
genderless.
fellas?
I'm about to go, Trigger Mike, later on.
No
Take
doubt.
it easy.
But yeah, I was gonna say what you said, Mike, about like women just being honest, with the kids, because that's where we lack. Like when like a lot of parents not really being honest, they not really sitting them down, letting them know what's really going on out here and how to move in relationships, because they getting into them so young and having kids at a very young age, and they all having baby showers at 15, 16. You like, what's going on out here? Like it's a messes all over the place, and even to like the birth control for men, I agree with that. Like I think that should be a thing, because a lot of us, like when we was young, we didn't really have an idea on what it takes to be with somebody and really take care of family, right, raising them and stuff. Like, you feel me? So it's like when we get with a woman, we have a child young, and like 9 times out of 10, the man is moving in with a girl, because she got her own spot. We getting put out, we bouncing from house to house, probably having the kids somewhere else too. Like the community is all over the place right now. It's a whole mess.
So Trigger Mike, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I want to understand your perspective on this. So I know people say that when a woman get on birth control, it can affect her having kids in the future, right?
That's true.
But if you're talking about a person that's 15 years old, 16 years old, and they fast, their parents can't get them under control, wouldn't it be better for society for that person never to have kids? So the birth control is the best option? Or are you saying that just because there's a chance that they might get things together in the future, they should not be on birth control from a woman's point of view?
Are you talking about the girl?
The girl and men.
Dang, I'm not sure I understand the question. Hold on. So you're saying men and women who are highly promiscuous in their youth
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be allowed to have children, period.
No, that's not what I said. So what I'm saying, when we weigh it out, all right, we know that birth control for men and women comes with a risk, right?
Yep.
For women, it might be a situation where they have problems having kids in the future. For men, it's the same thing. Say, for example, you can get snipped and you can get replaced, but you might be a chance that you can't have children in the future. So isn't it better for society for us to take that risk of them being on a birth control so they're not producing, and then if they can't have kids, it's still not a hurt to society? Does that make sense?
You know what? Yeah, because I'm not even gonna be gray with it. I think it's black and white. I would go the religious method, right? And if the child is highly promiscuous, like I believe everything we do in regard to like putting people on birth control, mandating that stuff, it always creates an extreme. So I wouldn't want that necessarily. Like I agree that some people, probably should be on birth control, but you see that it's not something. Even when we had 2-parent households, it wasn't as prevalent, right? If you had a promiscuous daughter and she got pregnant at a young age, like they had ways they went about it. As a matter of fact, that even goes to my stance on shotgun weddings. People act like it's something to be shamed or something, like, oh, y'all are part of shotgun weddings save people whole lives out here. It made men responsible. So I'm on the side of like families forcing responsibility after the mistake has been made. Because to me, my personal belief, and I believe the longest standing belief I have, is whenever you force something artificial, when you put an artificial control into the experiment, it creates an extreme you weren't prepared for. I think that's what that's my ultimate stance. So yeah, like I know people are like, oh, birth control this, birth control that. I'm more of I'd rather, if I had to be black and white with it, I'd rather no birth control at all and focus on responsibility after the mistake. Focus on not making a mistake, of course, as a society, and then forcing accountability on the man and woman after the fact.
You
No,
know,
go ahead.
on that point though, about two points. A person that's 16, 17, 18, even if they're promiscuous, we don't want to you can't make long-term kind of decisions for them, because they may be different people by the time they hit 25, 30, that kind of stuff. But as far as what Mike was talking about also, about telling kids, or the women telling their daughters or their kids, the ugly truth about what they did, I agree with you, Emmanuel, that, some of these women don't even think they did anything wrong. So what I tell my wife is that when she talks to our daughters, I said, I want you to extol the good things about being married, right? You're married. So if there were some good things that you think about you being in a relationship with me, or, as a husband and wife, why is that something you might want your daughters to do? Right? You don't have to give them horror stories. You could just say, hey, here are the things that are good about being married. So one of the things I'm doing, I write some stuff, and I'm writing this little piece it's a title on it. It's A Case for Marriage, right? Generational ties that bind, right? That's the title. And I just came from a family reunion. And the reason why we have a family reunion that's almost 6 generations deep is because the people at the top were married. Everybody's married, but the younger ones are starting to just have babies out of wedlock. And there's just no way the family is going to be that tight after the top generations are gone, because these kids are going to be spread all over the place. And there's no ties, right? Ties that bind a family together make communities, right? Nuclear families make communities. If that's gone, right, nuclear families get generational wealth. Nuclear families are more protected because you have a man and a woman. All these kind of good things. And that's the kind of stuff I think we need to start to tell, the younger generations. I don't know if you heard what I was saying, Mike, but.
Yeah, I heard some of it, yep.
So this is where I disagree with you, Mike. I believe that every woman that is not married should be on birth control. Like I think the problem is single mom.
What about the men?
Huh? Well,
I said, what about the men?
Only one person has the baby, you know that.
Yeah, it's a little bit more complex for men. But what I'm saying is, we know that we can put women on birth control, right? I believe that every woman that's not married, because what happens is, if every woman that's not married is on birth control, it stops the single mama problem. And the barrier of entry should be, if you want to have kids, you get married, and then you can be moved out birth control. Now, I know for a fact that a lot of people might not like it, but what it does, it fixes even though it's artificial, people don't like it, it kind of fixes the single mama problem, because we know that there's going to be people out here that's going to be hoeing it up, they're going to be sleeping around, and we know that we as society is going to have to carry that burden of taking care of their kids with our tax dollars.
How do you propose making that happen, brother?
So that's an extreme way to do it, which will never happen, because The women are in Congress and shit now. But we've already outlined some ways to make something of the sort happen. So the one like we already know women for all various reasons decide to cancel babies. All right. But one of the reasons they don't, especially if it's tied to a certain dude, is some of the benefits they may get while isolating the dude out of the family. Right. Some women even have babies just to have a baby. They want to be a part of the motherhood club. So take away every single entitlement they have without marriage. Literally make them take care of a baby on their own. You make $35,000 a year, great. Pay for health insurance, pay for all that shit by yourself. Take away all of those type of entitlements for unmarried women. It won't be to as great as effect, of course, as forcing birth control. But I believe there are entitlements you can take away from women, which will make, because we already know, we already know they have the ability and they do cancel babies. Black women cancel babies at the highest rate of any other woman, if I'm not mistaken, right? So they can't be like, oh, no, I'm religious and I don't cancel babies. They will cancel the shit out of some babies. So give them an incentive to not have them at all. So I'm kind of with you on there. I would just go about it a different way.
So the men shouldn't be able to have kids. I mean, should be on birth control too. Like until they ready, until they got their stuff together, until they, in position to be able to take care of family.
But Mr. Williams, the problem with your statement is, when I go to the numbers, I see 50% of the men or more are not having these kids. So I know
Of course, the man can't have a child though, but at the same time, they still coming in these girls.
No.
Though,
what he's talking about, Mr. Williams, is actually, it's like, I think under the age of 40, twice as many black women have kids than black men. So that means they just all banging the same dudes. Like most men don't even have kids.
No, I understand that, but you still got some irresponsible dudes out here that don't got their stuff together. That's still having sex with these girls, women, and leaving the kids with them and jumping on to the next woman and doing the same thing. Go out here, just feel me? Like they pull like the men is part of the problem. It's not just the women. We got to be on top of we got to be on the men just as much as we are on the women, because what we say, the men supposed to be the leaders, right? So that's what we got to be on. Like we can't really control what the women do, but if we supposed to be the leaders, and we got to really take control back of the community, like, as men supposed to be, not just sitting back saying it's the women, it's the women, it's the women.
Statement though, I think what he's saying is, in order to say that statement, you're basically preaching to men who are already doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're like, the men who we're talking or trying to force responsibility on already don't have no kids. You know what I mean? So the men who are going to work every day, have the ability to lead their homes and partner with a woman to create a substantial family, you never actually have to talk to them. They already doing it. The majority of men are already doing that. But go ahead, E-Man, state your point.
So Mr. Williams, what you don't understand is I can't make a rule for the 80% when 20% of the people are violating the rule. But we know 80% of the women are having kids out of marriage. So since they're the majority, I can put this rule on them, but I cannot put this rule on men because it's not the majority. That's why it's two different rules. Yeah. Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
I understand that, but the women can't get pregnant without the man, though.
But it's not. It's the same group of men. Like we're talking about punishing all men. It's for the group that you're talking about. More like the sad truth is that I believe.
I mean, I wouldn't say that's punishing though, Trigger, because it's not like you still can't have sex. But if you feel like you're ready to have a child, you can take care of it. Then cool, you can reverse that.
And you know what makes it worse. You know what makes it worse? The group of men that you're talking about, or that we're talking about, they don't even have sex regularly. Like some of them are even virgins. So we're talking about punishing them and putting restrictions on them for not having sex.
That's like not really punishing.
You're killing me.
Yeah,
you're killing
the women
me,
only give ass to these top 20% of men, or top 30 or something.
80% of women are not having children out of wedlock.
It's 70%.
A trigger.
No, it's not even 70%. It's 70% of children are born out of wedlock. Not 70% of women have children born out of wedlock.
You might have just said a synonymous, like you might have just.
It's not synonymous.
Let me go to my memory banks and say, if women birth children. Let me go get the accurate stat on this.
No, because you would have a point, Trigger Mike, if it was a 1-to-1 thing, like if each woman had one child, but that's not the case. So it's 70% of children are born out of wedlock, not 70% of women have children out of wedlock.
It's
All right,
more
so
like 50% of
let
women.
me ask you a question.
Oh,
then.
I understand. Okay,
I
yes,
get what she's saying. So let me ask you a question. How many women do you think that's out there that is childless and haven't deleted a baby? Because I believe if you deleted a baby, that's still considered childbirth. That's still
You'll never get an accurate count
Never,
for that number because they only
never.
count the government. They don't count private insurance when you get an abortion through those means. They don't count those.
What I'm
Damn.
saying,
So the
They only
number is
count
higher than what we know.
They only count the Planned Parenthood
Medicaid.
numbers, or but they don't count like hospitals and shit like that where you got to go through your health insurance.
so but what we can agree upon is that this issue is worse with women than men. Can we at least agree on that?
No.
The stat is
hold on. So hold on. I want to hear what she's saying. So do you think it's equal, or you think men are worse when it comes down to these children by numbers?
What do you mean by worse? Let me get that clear first before I give an answer.
All right. So basically, what I'm asking is, when it comes down to having children outside of wedlock, and when we talk about kids in a single parent home, do you think that it is women in a worse situation that's doing this, or you think it's men?
In a worse situation, you mean like financially? I would say the women are in a worse situation financially.
Let me reword it. So are you stating that it's more virgin women out there than virgin men?
No, that's not what I'm stating.
So do you agree that the problem's on the women?
No.
Okay. All right. So the point, what I'm trying to get you to get the information I'm trying to get out of you. You said when it comes down to men and women, do you look at them equal in the situation that we're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah.
And why?
Yeah.
Because it takes a man and a woman.
But if one man impregnate 50 women, it took one man and 50 women.
Okay.
So the numbers are not the equal. In Memphis, it's a guy who have 48 kids.
Yeah, we all heard about him like 10 years ago. We know about them two dudes.
No, it's not just about them two, because I know a lot of men in Atlanta who have impregnated over 15 to 20 kids. That's why I'm saying the numbers are not the same.
Mm-hmm.
You know, women are more responsible, but they'll never take that L, brother.
I was about to say that.
I don't look. What you mean? What you mean? They take an L? I don't hold random L's for random people. But what I am saying is that
say that it's equal between men and women. Of course, it takes two to have a pregnancy, but women always have the right of last refusal. I mean, a man, unless it's SA, a sexual act has to be with the final consent of the woman. Period. I mean, you cannot put that elsewhere. If women started telling men, "I'm not letting you raw dog me. We can have sex, but you got to put a condom on," he can't refuse unless he commit the crime. So
we have the last, and y'all have the first.
See, like I said, we can't take L's. They just can't take it. I mean,
I don't hold random L's for random people. But the thing is that y'all have the first. I know plenty of niggas that don't have fucking babies.
Sister, tell me what you mean by that. I mean, just
let me ask her a question real quick. Let me ask her a question. Do you believe in my body, my choice for women?
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
What do you mean by we have the first? I just want to be clear. What do you mean by that?
Because we can't do anything without your nut.
Yeah, that's right. Men are always willing to give you the nut, but you got to say yes. That's what I'm saying. Men have been the same forever.
I shouldn't be able to say yes or no, because that's up to you and your nut.
This is also
it's yours until you give it to me.
What I'm saying is, Callie Bev, you cannot promote legislation that gives women unilateral control over their bodies, and then try to say, no, it's equal. It's not. You literally lobby for it not to be equal. My body, my choice means you get the unilateral control. So then you can't then you can force responsibility on men in the part of conception. The rest of it is on you. You literally lobby for that. You said you align with that ideology. So it can't be more on men than on women.
I didn't say it was more on men or more on women. I said it was equal.
It has to be more on somebody.
It's not equal.
No, it's not though.
More. Let me tell you something.
It's not though. Y'all just have it on the first end. We got it on the back end. That's it. That's all.
It's
you got
more
it on the end
women.
that matters. You got it on the end that matters.
It's more on women.
All right,
it's not even really that
let's
deep.
get Joy in on
Y'all
this.
just
We got another lady.
control your nut, then we can't do shit with it. And then once we do have it, now we got to face the consequences of us doing whatever it is that we do with it.
And let me ask you a question then, Kelly.
Man, I'm glad you came up.
The women have a higher percentage of children in pretty much, well, in the black community and white community, the women have a higher percentage of children than the men do. So are you against women at least going to have a second child with a dude who doesn't take care of his first child? Are you against that?
Yeah, you got to look at track record at some point.
Exactly. So women have an extremely high, in the black community, extremely high rate of that going on. A dude, they procreate with a dude with multiple kids. Do you believe that's on all men or just the same dude that keeps on having illegitimate children with these women?
Since y'all want me to hold random L's for random people, I'm gonna put a random L on y'all. Yeah, because that kind of behavior is not shunned enough amongst men.
So because we don't shun it, even though we had nothing to do with it, it's still our fault.
Yeah, same thing y'all got to do with me just now. Talking about holding random L's. I'm gonna give y'all one too.
Okay. See this is why I agree with it, because you actually need a man to a sperm bank and you can get the nut because you get the nut. Like the idea that I have to have a man consent to give it to me is completely crazy to me. So the women that we hear freezing their eggs, going to sperm banks to reproduce, is that still on the man who donated his sperm?
Yeah, you still had to consent for me to have it.
No, I did not.
At the end of the day,
no,
yes, you did. You signed a consent form, sir.
I did not.
At the sperm bank, you signed a consent form.
No, I didn't consent for you to have it. I consent for the sperm bank to have it.
You consented for the sperm bank to have it to distribute it to women.
So the question that I want to ask you, because I want to make sure I understand your stance. So you said that woman who went to the sperm bank and got this sperm is still on that man.
It's still on both parties. Yeah, it's on you and it's on her.
And this is the delusion that I said. And Trigger Mike is no way.
How was that delusion? Did you not consent and give away your sperm?
Listen,
so somebody could do whatever the fuck they want to do with it? Did you not consent to that?
Somebody tell you, Trigger Mike, why I think this is the delusion. You want mothers.
The delusion is the fact that you think that you don't consent to have your sperm done whatever the fuck you want to, somebody else wants to do with it. That's the delusional part.
It's also delusional for men to have life inside them and just give it away for like hundreds of dollars, where like women are just storing or selling sacks where babies are born. Men are giving away life. Every time they shoot one off, they're giving away life. And I feel like it's important for men to understand the severity of that.
But Jones,
so they can value it more.
I can do the same thing. You're giving away life every time you delete a baby. Just giving it away. Destroying the life. Like this idea,
yes, but that is one baby compared to hundreds.
But listen, the crazy part about it is the things that women try to hold men accountable for, they won't look into the mirror and say that I'm doing something either equal or worse. And Trigger Mike, what I was trying to tell you earlier is you want mothers to tell their sons what they did wrong. And it's a level.
No,
Guess what? Guess who's half listening?
Yes,
Guess who
because
half
it's
listened to the
equal.
part where I said men and women are both equally responsible?
Exactly. We are equally
You half
responsible, and we
listening.
all agree on that. You just feel like it's mostly the women's fault,
It-
and
well,
that's why I came up, because it is
well,
both of our
so
fault, and we
Joy,
should be valuing
in the
our
E-man, take
in
that
seed
Falcon shit
more.
off.
so
I don't like you no more today.
so what we're talking about, just to frame the argument a little bit better. So just to frame it a little bit better, you're right. I'm gonna say Callie Bev and Joy Johnson. You're right. For the men that do it, they actually absolutely have equal responsibility. What we're talking about more so is the general argument. Black women lead the United States of America in births before age of 22, right? So then they go on to have more children, and by the time they are 40, they have twice as many children as a black man does. So in the totality, black women are failing in this arena way more than black men are, at a rate of double. So that means that a man, if he has to go get his pickings of black women, it's not going to be women without children. He's going to see a bunch of women who are single mothers. So men aren't failing in this arena the way, it's not equal in that sense. That's where I'm coming from. I don't know about you, man.
But
Well, hold on. Let me-
don't men and women date different ages? So we always point out how younger women are usually with older men. So the numbers would be skewed if that's the normal pairing, and she gets pregnant by an older man. She would have started her cycle at the age that we're telling her is the prime age for her to have babies. And he would have been having babies at the time that's prime for him to have children, because that's when they're the most private, the most financially stable, and the most capable of providing for a family. So the numbers make absolute sense if we're saying this is when women are supposed to be having babies. The age shouldn't be the problem that women are starting to have children. It's the
So
relationship dynamics.
So do you also believe that it's a problem that they're not married when they do it?
That's what I'm saying. It's the relationship dynamics. They should be married. They should be committed to each other because they're willing to have children together. They're at the right age. They should be making this commitment. We should be pushing that. This is the time. It's not later when you're 40 and you've learned everything in life. That's when you're supposed to settle down. No. When you're in your early 20s, you're supposed to be settled down. Find who is somebody that's compatible to you. Have babies. Stay together. Be a good family. Like, these are things we should be pushing, in my opinion, versus all the nonsense we do push and the things we do allow, like baby mama culture. Men and women perpetuate that.
So, Trigger,
go ahead, Eman.
I want you to understand, because you said what your stance was. My stance was, we're equal on conception, but it's my body, my choice. I can't delete a baby. I can't say I can't abandon a baby financially. I can't do those things. So it comes down to, when it benefits them, they say, hey, we don't want to take all the blame, but we want to get all the credit. So I think if it comes down to, if all these things are equal, a man should have a right, whether that baby's going to be birthed or not, since he was a 50-50 contributor.
I agree.
I agree. If y'all in a relationship, yeah. Why wouldn't y'all be talk about that if y'all are in a relationship? Now, if you just spraying up the club, then you know land where it land, don't it?
So are you saying?
I think it's regardless. They should
Yeah,
do.
I think it's regardless, for the simple fact that, are you saying that I'm not 50% if I'm not in a relationship? If I sprayed up the club, that's still 50% of my, based on your logic. Still 50%.
And if we're
If
being
you
honest,
spraying up the club, she don't even know who you are.
and if we're being honest, if you ain't married, you're single. So a woman can define a relationship any way she wants to.
Okay, Trigger Mike splitting
If you're not
hairs,
married,
but you know what I'm talking about.
yeah.
You know what I'm
We in
talking
a
about
relationship,
as
like,
far as
girl, we just
relationships.
smashing. What you talk about? But
No, that's if y'all just cut buddies. That's not a relationship.
But I want to understand where you stand at. So if the man do not want to have the baby, and the woman do not, if the woman do want to have the baby, who do y'all think overrule? Because if someone can overrule, that's not 50-50.
I think she will always be able to overrule because her health is at risk at the end of the day. But I think his input should be valued to where she can't overrule unless it's a medical or a severe need that she and him cannot meet. You get what I'm saying? Like, if this is going to be a very sickly child, he wants her to have the baby. She does not want to have the baby because it could be a very sickly child and she could die in childbirth. These are things that she can outweigh him in my opinion.
So
However, if it's not those types of extremes, I think they should have equal saying in what happens, and nobody can outrule each other. So at the end of the day, the baby is going to come if you can't come to a conclusion before the baby comes. You get what I'm saying? Like, the time is going to be the baby pops out or it gets too late for you to have it up.
There's a whole lot of women who won't
I could
agree
agree
with
with
You
that.
know
that.
what? I think the
I
woman.
could definitely agree with that.
Listen,
hold on.
listen.
I
Hold
love
on. Let me
what's
chime in, man. Look, the woman at the end of the day always has the final say when it comes to having a baby or a child. You know what I'm saying? That's just my personal opinion. I mean, it's always her. She always has the upper hand in that regard. But the thing about it is, it's her choice to let whoever she wants into her body to make that happen in the first place.
I get
Period.
I get that, but I want to ask Joyce this question. So Joyce, are you saying if a woman want to abandon the baby and a man want to have that baby, that woman should have that baby? Is that what you're saying, Joyce?
Joy.
I mean, Joy?
I'm saying if a woman doesn't want to have the baby and there's no medical reason for her not to have the baby, the father wants the child, she should have the baby and give the child to the father. That's what I believe. And she should also
Yep.
pay child support for that child that she is given to the father because she chose to continue this pregnancy. She chose to get pregnant.
You're
I
That's
agree
talking
with
what I
that.
utopia
stand.
now.
I'm
That's
down with that.
utopia.
I'm
It's
down
gonna
with that.
just ain't got the
No,
You,
delusion.
you weren't
yeah.
expecting that. E-Man wasn't expecting that one.
No, I
He
said
wasn't.
I agree with
That
that.
never happens. That never
Yeah,
happens.
that's right. It ain't gonna happen.
Run me my child. Yep.
How often does that happen? Seriously.
I
No,
It
But
think
so
you
no,
much
guys
better.
should advocate
It
for it.
happens. I remember seeing a video on Facebook where this chick, I mean, it was she was
Don't do
looked
that
down
woman thing.
upon. No,
Don't do that woman
she
thing.
was looked
We
down
don't
upon
believe
because
you.
she was like F them kids or whatever. It was in a Facebook group I was in. I
Yeah,
saw it like
yeah,
what, two
women
years
are
ago or
actually
something
more
like
likely
that.
to give the child up for adoption than to give it to the father. So,
well,
Yes,
But
but
well,
you're
yeah,
I,
shamed
yeah,
more if you
she
give it
straight
to
up
the
gave the
father
kid to
than
that
if you
dad.
give the child up for adoption. And that's crazy. They act like you giving the child over to their parent is worse than you giving the child up for adoption. Like, you are such a terrible mother. You couldn't take care of the burden of raising this child by yourself and having assistance from the father. The father had to raise the child. That's your one job in life, to be a mother. So her saying we both can't handle it makes her at least look better than saying, oh, he can handle it and I cannot.
Whatever. Well, you know what? If you get with a woman like that, I'm just saying for me, man. If you get with a woman like that, then you shouldn't have impregnated her in the first
yeah,
place.
you deserve what you get. That's for sure.
Exactly.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like for real.
yeah.
Golly, come on, man.
I
Let's be
mean,
real.
that's going into my last question. So it's really just what do fathers like? What message can you pass on? Because you got to get through to these boys, and you got to think of how much the culture out there is going to affect them. Like, they are super active like this in high school, and they've always been, but I just feel like they're more reckless. Because they feel like things aren't shamed. So at least when I was growing up and you saw bellies on teenagers, people were looking like, what the hell? Like, at least a little bit. It's completely gone now. They act like it's normal.
It
So
starts in middle school now.
yeah, what would you tell your son straight up? What would you tell your son earnestly to keep him out of this problem that we have today?
Well, I'll go first. I mean, if I, even though I have no son, but I tell guys this already. I'll talk about the consequences of having unprotected sex, and I would no holds barred, because I think, and sometimes they need to have a frame of reference, and you got to start young, because a lot of kids, if you're 18, you're a teenager, you don't understand what it means to have financial burden if you never had to pay a bill. So just, but that's part of it. The concept of time. doesn't they won't hardly understand the 18 to 20, 25 years that they're going to be paying for somebody with a woman that they probably didn't even like in the first place. So but you still have to say it. You have to tell them that I think men need to treat their sons like they want to treat their daughters. Want to keep the daughters virgins until they get married. We got to start thinking about that. It's not a rite of passage to take your son somewhere to get laid when he's 17. So we got to do that too. As men, hey, listen, you got to be responsible. You got to tell them about your family values and that this seed is the legacy of your family. And you can't just say that once. It has to be said over and over, especially if they go to a co-ed school, right? Some people try to mitigate that by sending their kids to like all girls schools or all boys schools, right? So they only interfacing with the same sex over a certain age. I think that's why they had those segregated schools. That's not a bad idea, by the way. So it's just a battle, and you have to have enough energy with everything else going into your life to make sure that that's the message you want to get over to your kids, your son. So again, I guess the biggest thing is look at your son like you would look at a daughter. You don't want her slutting around, but you don't want your son to do it either.
So
I tell you what. Now, if I had a son, I think I know the question. Like, what would I sell my? What was the question? So I don't misspeak.
I think you have it.
Yeah. Okay. So listen, if my son just wanted to, explore his, oats and all that, right? Basically, is that what you're saying? How would I tell him to approach it? What's the question?
He's still muted, Trigger Mike. By the way, he's asking.
Keep him out of trouble. Yeah.
They keep him out of trouble.
Okay, I'll tell you this.
No babies, all of that.
Yeah, on some real, on being 100 with my son, I would tell him if he really wanted to do it instead of doing it the other way or whatever, just to get a nut. If we just gonna keep it real, just go get with an older chick that can't have no kids and bust a nut and do it like that.
Oh, this man here, man.
I'm keeping it real. I'm keeping it real. Y'all laughing. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Hold up, man, because I ain't no player, but I've been around. Listen, if you got a kid,
Mike, don't let this happen. Don't let this happen.
We gotta hear it. We gotta hear it for entertainment value, please. I gotta hear it.
Listen, if you just, and I don't have no kids though, so I'm just speaking out the cuff. But if I was a younger man, like in my 20s or something like that, and I just wanted to get some experience, I would holler at an older chick that ain't that tubes tied and all that. She can't have no kids. Go do what you got to do, and that's it. Bam. Straight up.
Trigger Mike.
I guarantee you. Listen. And I guarantee you they're gonna give it up. Period.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on, no.
Look, I'm 25. Look, I'm 25. What age?
Okay, I'm 47. I'm damn near twice your age. How you gonna tell me?
No. Look, I'm a 25-year-old. I want experience. I go looking for an older woman. What's the age range of the woman I should be looking at?
What age range should he be looking at 25?
Oh, at 25? Probably about between maybe, just to keep it kind of play up, about 40 to 45.
I'm gonna cut you off right now. Nope.
Hey,
I want to ask you a question, and then he's going to tell you why that was such bad advice.
I'm telling you the truth.
Let me tell you. I'm gonna ask the question first.
My man up there laughing because he knows.
Nah, Blake, we done heard you out. Hold on, man. No.
Hold on, listen. So let me tell you what advice we should be giving our kids, and I'm gonna tell you why that last advice was bad advice. All right. So the first thing is the advice we need to be telling our sons is this right here. Hey, accidents happen in unaccountable time. I need you to be accountable for your time. The times that you are accountable for what you're doing, football practice, basketball practice, you at work, you ain't typically making no babies in that accountable time. It's your free time. Idle mind is a devil workshop. So what I need you to do is I need you to stay focused. I need you to stay on purpose, and you can focus on these women later. These women are not going to be, they're going to always be here. The one thing it's never going to be a point where women are not around unless you go to prison, and we don't go to prison in my family. So my goal for you is to really focus on your purpose, because if you master your purpose, every woman of your desire that you want will come to you. So that's what I would tell my son.
Yeah,
And the
but
reason,
listen,
hold on. The reason that I think Blake gave bad advice is because those women that are older than your son, that's 45 years old, they're going to have more money. And even though he got his nut off, he also going to learn disrespect from older women. And he's going to think that that's what he's supposed to tolerate. It's not just, it's just not about getting your nut off. It's also about what are these older women's going to indoctrinate into your son to be able to give him bad habits, what he think he should deal with older women. I think younger men should completely abandon older women in general, because outside of busting a nut, it's typically nothing that's going to be good for them.
That's all you want to do is bust a nut. You're accomplishing it right there. I think what I'm thinking is, listen, hold on, hear me out, because I think you got the answer to the question misunderstood, right? I think the question was, if I had a son, how would I tell him to I don't even know what the question was, but all I'm saying is, if the young, of course you want him to focus on his goals and stuff like that. That's a given. We understand that. But do you think he's actually gonna just sit there and just man, I'm trying to be like I'm trying not to use vulgar language.
We know what you mean. We know what you mean already.
Yeah. Do you think he's gonna just sit there and do that the whole time? I mean, but what I'm saying is, if he chooses to go that route, go with an older woman, is what I'm saying. If you know your son is gonna have sex anyway, why would you encourage him to have sex with a woman that's fertile with eggs out the game? Why would you encourage that, as opposed to him having sex with an older woman that you know he can't have a baby with?
All right,
He's still gonna have the experience, and he's still not gonna have a child.
Hold on. Who is chopping? It sound like they cooking French fries or something. Let me give my answer, because Mr. Blake argument I understand, but I don't agree. So this is what I would tell my son. First off, y'all heard me say it in the monologue. Stop being romantic. Do not let romance guide your mind. It is actually very intoxicating for young men. Don't be romantic about this. And what I mean by that, what I'm going to teach him, and what I love the Manosphere and Red Pill spaces for, because it teaches this on purpose. It teaches men about the nature of women. It is not about bashing women, because women don't like anything to be said about themselves. So y'all turn into the Grudge anytime anybody talk about y'all. These spaces are to talk about the nature of women. If y'all don't want men giving boys this knowledge, well, tough. We're going to give it to them anyway. Our voice has been absent because media and society let y'all talk while isolating the voice of a man. So I'm going to teach my son about the graphic nature of women so he can stop being so damn romantic. That's what these boys are suffering from. Now, the other thing I'm going to tell him, I want him to picture your life. Boys that come from marriage, even boys that don't, tell them to give you the life they want. They're usually going to say they want kids. Yeah, I could see myself down with a shorty. Give me a picture of the life that you want. Nothing they will say, like they won't say anything that comes from bad consequences. They won't say they want a woman with 3 kids that they can take care. They won't say anything like that. They'll usually give you the typical nuclear family setup, even if they didn't come from one, or they want to be single with a good woman, whatever. They don't know they want to be married. So you can expect that. Now, what you should tell them along with that is, do you want another woman dictating how your relationship or your marriage is supposed to go? Every boy is going to say no. What do you mean by that, Dad? Do you want another woman telling you how much money is supposed to leave your house every month because you got another kid by her? If you want your do you want your children raised under your roof the same way you were raised? They're going to say yes. Let them know that's only possible if they have control. Sex is control. That is the equation we need to bring forth for our boys. Sex is control. Women use it as control. So you must always keep control. Keep your seed. Once you give it away, you give away control. That's the way we need to teach it to our boys. In the midst of sex, during the throes of passion, she's going to proposition you so she can take control. Don't let her have it. All that stuff we talk about, all of that life you don't want it to be dictated by her.
Okay,
You're not going to do 18 to life behind the wrong woman. I want you to do. I don't want you to be doing any. Look at that situation like that at all. So behind the right woman, yeah, you can do that. Those things. Go ahead, Mr. Blake.
Listen, I totally understand your point, but my thing is, if you're going to have sexual relations with a female at a young age as a man, the best thing for you to do is to deal with a woman who cannot have kids, her tubes are tied or whatever. You're just getting your rocks off or whatever. It's not his fault that the woman is older. She's an older woman. If you want to keep your trump card, why would you have sex with a woman? Okay, say for instance, if my son is 25, right? Or 22 or whatever, right? Why would I tell him, oh man, yeah, hey, well, he already know. I ain't gotta tell him. He can see him for himself that women his age they're in their prime, right? We can all agree with that, right? For between 25, 27 or whatever like that, they're in their prime, right? So if my son is like 22, 23, I got a nephew about that age, but he just, but whatever. But the best thing for him to do would be to deal with women who cannot have children or their tubes are tied or whatever. You don't want no relationship anyway. You know what I'm saying? All you trying to do is get some experience. You get the experience and then you bring that to the woman that you want when you get ready. Of course, you want to get your finances together and all that. We get that.
Blake, let me ask you a question.
I'm just being real.
Let me ask you a question, because even if we were going to put that in the curriculum and teach that as one of the objectives of something to teach boys, what happens when boys say, "Yuck, I don't want no older woman"? Because you ain't gonna get all the boys to do that. Don't know. Some boys don't want a woman who got the same stretch marks and titty marks as their mom.
I heard
all
Anthony's available.
40-year-old women don't have no stretch marks, player. I'm be honest.
Women with big titties don't got them big ass titty marks on their chest.
That's up to you. That's
you
up
know,
to you.
you know what a boy
I ain't tell you to choose no grandmama. Hey, man, listen.
So,
man.
Mr. Blake, let me ask you a question,
man.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Holmes here. So the point is that you're not gonna champion your son wait to have sex, because naturally he's gonna want to have it at some point. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah. So you got to do both, right? You want to delay the guy from having sex while he's a young teenager. But once they hit the 20s and stuff like that, I mean, it's kind of out of your hands because they're kind of grown. So your conversation will change, but it always has to have, the older woman thing sounds good and it might happen, but no matter what, he needs to protect himself. So he's going to have.
You talking about like a 16, 17-year-old kid.
Well, I'm taking it all the way up. When they're young, before they go to college, 16, 17, 18, you're not going to tell them to have sex with an older woman. You're going to try to tell him not to have sex at all. But you're going to tell them about protections. So when they get into their 20s, I mean, that whole conversation of him having sex, you can say, yeah, if you can get an older woman, that's ideal because you don't have to worry about protection.
That's what I was talking about.
However, his peers.
I wasn't talking about a 16 and 17-year-old kid.
No, man, we're talking about the whole spectrum.
Let me be 100% honest about this older woman thing. There are some reasons why other cultures frown upon it so heavily. That woman is going to teach him things that he's not supposed to learn about the way he's supposed to treat women, or she's going to do negative things on his psyche about how he's supposed to be treated.
Careful there, Trigger Mike. Because we had to tell women to stop saying that when an older man gets with a 25-year-old, how we're grooming them.
You feel me?
Come on, we got to be careful.
Men are supposed to influence
That's perfectly okay.
We're supposed to be heavily influenced by men that are older. So even though women say don't do that, I think they're just saying they're going against what is natural. We're supposed to be with
Okay.
older men, so we're supposed to be taking guidance from them.
So
But these
I
younger boys
actually
aren't
go ahead.
supposed to be with these older women.
I got you.
Your
Got
son,
you.
your son, hold on,
Okay,
That's what I'm
older,
saying. Look,
yeah.
she just
20
clarified my
years,
do you,
point.
15 years,
Let me tell
nah.
you. Let me tell
Listen,
you
man,
how
listen,
come
I
on, man,
believe.
Blake,
y'all
I
fronting.
did you go
believe.
get some?
Hold on. I believe
Hey, Trigger Mike.
every woman that is complaining about a man not having enough money, not being mature enough, every woman should be dating a man 10 years older than her. If you got any of those complaints, you should only be dating men 10 years older than you. I don't understand. Women like have been lied to. If you're 25 years old, you graduated college, you and him are the same age, do not expect him to make more money than you. Don't expect any of those things.
Exactly.
Y'all are
That's what I'm
in the
saying.
building phase. If you one of those women
Trigger
who want
Mike,
all
listen.
of this stuff, yeah, go ahead.
Like Trigger Mike, but what's gonna happen is these younger dudes, 20 years old, go get with these older women, 40, and they gonna be like, I can't have kids. Next thing you know, you got an old ass woman pregnant, and you got finessed out.
Man,
Now she
That's
done
gonna
she
happen
done
too.
bullshit.
understood the child
That's
support.
gonna
She done
happen
been
too.
here longer. She done understand the child support system, finessing him out of his check, out of his Kroger's check, because he listened to his daddy.
Hey, let
Let
me
me tell
tell
you
you
something.
something.
Listen. Let me tell you something. I gotta chime in because you are undervaluing the intellect of a man. We are not all stupid. We're not. If okay, listen. Okay, so prime example. Okay, if I'm just say I'm 25 years old or whatever. Well, no, just say I'm 35, right? And I get with a 27-year-old or 25-year-old chick, right? That 25-year-old chick is gonna want me for what? Experience. Listen, we don't walk the same path in life. Men get their experiences different from women. She don't need to know that you was with an older chick and when you were younger. But when y'all
No,
get together and you know what
no,
you're doing, that's how you know what you're doing. It ain't from dealing with a chick that don't know what the hell is going on.
no,
You know what I'm
no.
saying? Like
How,
I'm just
how
keeping
do
it
a 20
real,
year old?
man.
Hold on.
Y'all gotta be
I want
kidding.
to understand, Blake. How do a 20-year-old know that her tubes tied? How do he know? Like
I didn't
what kind of
I
intellect did you get that said that
Oh
she
my
can't have no
God.
babies no more?
bro, I'm not talking about no 20-year-old. I'm talking about you talking about for from the man's perspective.
Yeah, how do a 20-year-old man know a 40-year-old woman tubes are tied? Like what intellect did you get? What school did you go to that tells you that her tubes are tied or they ain't tied?
Man, look. Well, I ain't gonna say 20. That's kind of young. I'm not gonna even front. 20
Let's go
is young.
25. Let's say 25. How you know
25
her
now you
tubes
now
tied?
20. Okay, 25. If you dealing with a woman that's about 40 and you 25 and you looking at how she's moving, you could tell if she want to have kids or not. You can tell, man. I'm telling you.
I don't want to have kids to have kids.
Huh? You
Bro,
can you can tell
you
if
I
got
she don't
people
want
don't
to have
coming
no
back up.
more.
You got Mr. Blake probably
Hey,
got you got people coming back up here to get on your ass, man.
hey,
I'm
Trigger Mike,
telling you the
Trigger Mike,
truth,
it'd be
man.
interesting to hear what the
Y'all
women have
gotta
to
be
say
front.
about this
Y'all are
question.
Yes,
fronting with me
yes.
right now.
Zach,
I'm
let's
telling
hear
you.
Coco weigh in on this, please.
Um, I'm sorry, Mr. Blake. So there's a lot wrong with saying that young men should try to get with older women if they're trying to have sex. Yes, I believe Mr. Payne mentioned how young men will want to do it, but you just have to let them know what the consequences are. And I think, Trigger Mike, you talked about understanding. Oh, no, I think it was Emmanuel who said about letting them be involved in things because the idle mind is a devil's playground. Not to say they're not going to have sex, but it's shown. Oh, and I wish I can pull up the stat that um, men who grow up in families that have traditional values, that have a certain level of income, tend likely to not have kids out of wedlock and be more productive, earn more money and be more productive members in society because they have been raised in a household that established those standards. So to say, not to say that that young man's not going to have sex, several people, coming up, young adulthood will have sex. But to say to look for older woman, Mr. Manuel made an excellent point. Who talks about getting tubes tied? People don't even talk about their sexual their their testing history, like STDs, if they've had tests. People don't even have those type of conversations, much less to talk about tubes being tied. What 20-year-old man is thinking about asking a 40-plus-year-old woman about tubes being tied? That's not where their mental is, especially if they're trying to trying to have sex. So I'm trying to understand that point.
Okay, what I'll tell you is this. What I'll tell you is this. You have a better chance. I mean, I'm just saying. And I grew up in a two-parent household. Married, parents been married for 50 years. Uh, uh, both college graduates. All that. I get that part. I understand that. I understand that concept. I was raised that way. But what I'm saying is, if you're, I mean, in hindsight, being 2020. Being a younger man, I would not deal with another younger. If knowing I don't want to have any kids, I would talk to a woman, meaning that my mentality would be there already. I'm not just no young dummy trying to bust a nut. I already know that I just want to have sex and I don't want to have no kids. I understand that. So I would carry the conversation as such. And I would observe the way she's moving to see if you can tell if a woman wants to have kids or not.
Okay, so which proximity or which scenario or environments would 20-year-old somethings be around 40, 50-plus-year-old women?
Man, this is 2023. You can find them online. Are you kidding me?
So following your logic, you're telling me that 20-year-old men, a majority of them, are going to look for 40 to 50-year-old women to have sex with.
No, I'm not saying they're going to look for them. What I'm saying is that would be the ideal situation. I didn't say that they were going to look for them. No, of course they're going to look for the women in their proximity. I know that. Like if they're in college or something like that, yeah, they're gonna do what they got to do right then and there. Of course, that's why you got so many baby mamas that's being created in college.
Exactly.
I mean,
So
that's a no-brainer.
if it's the path of least resistance, then why would they then think to themselves, "Well, I'm going to go out of my way to look for women who are out of my dating pool who I'm going to have sex with?" That's not.
I'm not saying their dating pool. I said their proximity.
The 40, 50-year-olds are not in their proximity, and if they are, that's a problem.
No,
Unless
no,
it's
no.
like a professor or unless they work in a college environment, unless
They
they work.
why do you think you see so many cases of teachers or professors or whatever or instructors having sex with their students?
Well, I
Why
think you're
do you
proving
think that
Trigger
is?
Mike's and
Can
Emmanuel's point. That's not good. That's not something
can
that we should
Oh, come
be
on, man.
trying
Y'all,
to.
man, come on, man. I'm keeping
can
it
I
real.
say something?
Somebody got to be real with me on
Trigger
this
Mike,
All right,
Trigger Mike.
go ahead.
This why we call y'all old heads if we don't listen to y'all, and then y'all get mad at us. This is
Do
the
it.
Why?
exact reason why. This why
That's
y'all old heads and we don't listen to y'all. Because it only takes one like this to tell us something stupid, and then that's a wrap.
then that's a wrap. Then you just gonna do it.
And
Then you just gonna do it.
Look what he's saying. Then you just gonna do it. He told me to jump off the bridge, and then he gonna question me jumping on off the bridge. What? See,
You're
you
not.
old head, son. You
No,
old
man.
head. Trigger
I don't
Mike.
subscribe. No,
Old.
I don't subscribe to
I'm
that.
done. I'm done. I'm
You know
not
what I'm
dealing
gonna
with
tell
this.
you. know why I'm gonna tell you why I don't.
Hold on, Mr. Blake.
Hold on, brother. Good. Good, Mike.
You know why I'm gonna tell you why I don't subscribe to that?
But wait, Mr. Holtz, real quick, I just have to tell you because I work with college students, and I'm afraid to even say that to them to hear what they're going to say to me because they want to be around people their age. I'm not saying that you can't give that advice. I'm talking about the probability of them doing that is very low.
It is low.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not saying you
Trigger
gotta
Mike,
do it.
listen. So Trigger Mike, the problem with this is the old men don't even want these old women, and now they trying to tell us to go hit them. Like
Emmanuel, look, Emmanuel, stop
No,
making sense, Emmanuel, stop making sense. Please
No,
stop making sense
look,
right now.
I'm doing my research on Mr. Blake Holmes. I'm pretty sure he's doing an advertisement for Procter & Gamble KY Jelly. I'm pretty sure he works for one of those companies that got stock. He got stock in something, and he trying to get something started. Because I
Like
don't even
I'm
know
gonna
what
be
he's talking
25 at the hole in the wall listening to Mel Waiters and Johnny
about.
Gill,
Dog,
looking
you
for
got
some
all the
old,
cougars,
looking for
all the
some
cougars
old
in the
drinking
chat,
whiskey
all the
straight on the
cougars in the
rocks.
chat talk
But
about
y'all,
Mr.
y'all,
Blake.
y'all,
Yeah,
are y'all are misunderstanding my point. Y'all are
we
totally
not
misunderstanding my
misunderstanding
point.
nothing.
No, we
You doing an
I
understand
feel
you.
avatar
like I
Like,
nationwide
understand
right
your
now.
point,
Shit.
Mr. Holmes. I really do. I feel like I understand why you're saying it. I just am on the side of the gentlemen that are saying the men aren't going to want to do that. Like, I understand why you
Right.
would advocate for them doing that so they don't have children. We're saying the issue is these single parent homes. They won't have children if she can't have children. Got it. But these men aren't going to do that in mass. So we can't really use that as like what we
Okay.
should do, what we should propose,
Granted.
because they're not going to really be.
Granted.
I don't know. They may not be perceptive. Maybe they will. I don't know.
And
but the
then
Maybe.
problem is
you know
that
what?
I done heard old man after old man say, we don't want them, throw them away, put them in the trash. We don't want these older women. We want the younger women. But I'm gonna give
And,
advice to
hold
my
on, hold on.
son, the person who came from me, to go out and get the same women that I don't want. That's
Look.
Well, no,
You
no, no,
know
no,
what's
no,
more
no, no,
likely
no.
to happen, Mr.
See,
Blake.
see,
You know
see,
what's
see.
more.
No, you
Hold
took
on,
what I
Mr.
said out
Blake.
of context.
Hold on, hold
No,
on.
no, wait a
Look,
minute.
No, Mr. Blake.
we
Hold on,
not
hold on.
gonna compete
Do
with
you
these
know what's
old
more
dudes. We're
likely?
not
Hold
gonna
on, y'all.
compete
Hold
with
on,
these
y'all.
old dudes for these women.
Do
All
you
right,
know
not
what's
like
more likely to happen? Hold on. What's more likely to happen? Because I've messed with older women before. Like 10 years older. When I was like in my 20s, I took the experience from those women and went and turned the women my age out. Like, that's what's more likely to happen. They just gonna be like, damn, she showed me something. And I went and showed it. Then I went and did that with the 20-somethings that were my age.
That's exactly my point, man.
that's
They
a
go so
detriment. Oh my God.
But he's not saying to marry these older women, though. Like, when
Exactly,
you're saying
man.
who
What
to
the hell
go
are you
after
talking
for
about?
marriage, you're all saying the same thing: marry the young women. But he's saying if you are determined to have sex, you should have sex with an older woman
Older women,
because
yeah,
you
you
won't
can
have
say that.
babies, basically.
no,
So,
you
Joy,
Exactly.
know
what would
what?
you tell your
Exactly.
son?
This is what's more likely to happen, Mr. Blake.
I'm
He gonna get that older woman pregnant and his young
Big
one pregnant.
Trigger
Now
Mike,
he got
big
project
facts.
twins.
Big facts,
Now
Trigger
he
Mike.
got project twins because of Mr. Blake Holmes' advice.
Okay, check this out,
and the
though.
bad part about that, I love to add on to that. The
Whoever
bad
answered that, listen, now let me ask you this here. Are you a virgin? Are you a virgin?
I got 2 kids. I hope not.
Are you a virgin?
Nope.
no.
Okay, then. So what you talking about?
Wait, so Mr. Holmes, I think the better option, because that's something that we're trying to do at the college, is especially for young women, is particularly because Roe v. Wade has been overturned, and I'm in Texas, so we already know what the law is. We are trying to inform young people about birth control, contraceptive, abstinence, condoms, everything, because again, a lot of young people have a cavalier approach to sex. So we want them to be well informed. We want them to know that, hey, this is again the probability of this and this happening if you engage in sex, because there are real life consequences.
Okay,
And yes,
how
and yes,
often
the
do they
women,
listen? How often do they listen? Be real.
they if you listen to them, they do listen. Now, again, to give them information, you can't force anyone to do information, but a lot of times we talk at young people instead of listening to young people. If you have a
That's true.
conversation with a young person, they're very intelligent, they're very much aware of what's going on. They may not have all the information, but you can't talk at them. You can't talk at them like they're stupid or that
And
you know better and you shouting down on them. That's not going to
yeah,
work with young people.
and
You can't
the
even
funniest
talk
thing,
at 6-year-olds now. Like, you can't
and this
talk at
Yeah,
they
any age group
absolutely.
anymore.
no, this is how
You're
you know
right.
they crave the information. Because look at these young girls after they've gotten pregnant. Look at how they're in shambles after the fact, and look at the questions they have that could have been answered before. They got all the questions now that they pregnant, but that they were missing the information and
But
all of
brother,
that.
but with all due respect, you're making my point, man.
I'm
Wait,
I,
not.
wait,
I,
wait,
I
wait.
straight up said, I don't have a son. I don't have children. I don't.
All right.
But Mr.
I
Holmes,
straight up,
the age group that's having
Thank
the
you, G.
most STDs is older people. they're the group of people that are increasingly having more STDs than the younger folks.
Oh,
So
so now you sending them to get burnt by it. Oh God, Mr. Mo.
no, so
All right, listen.
what I'm
We
saying
got to
Hey,
is
get our
that
Trigger
I
new.
Mike.
thought
Hold on.
those were the older people that were
Hey,
like
Trigger
in
Mike,
old
and they gonna
folks'
be
homes
pussy
because they
whipped
over
too.
there
We
I'm sorry.
screwing
we ain't
everybody
even
in the
talk
old
about
folks'
how they gonna
home.
be pussy whipped. These old women gonna have them so messed up. They gonna be like, they
Exactly.
gonna
Callie
be
That's why
so
Bev,
I'm
you
pussy
like,
are
whipped. Man, I'm
Callie Bev,
telling you,
you
bro,
are
it's gonna be
correct because
problems.
do you
What
know
you
what
don't
that
realize,
means?
what you
You
don't
gonna have that
realize is
slip on
40.
looking real
But what you
good. Got
don't
that
realize
slip
is
on.
40 is not old for a woman. It's not really that old, to be honest
All
with
right.
you.
We got to get these new panelists in on the convo. What's going on, King Spark? Enter Black Dragon, which I got on the topic.
What's going
King
on,
Spark,
man?
go ahead.
I've been listening to y'all go back and forth for about an hour or so. How come ain't nobody talk about pulling out, man? What we forgot about
Because
that?
that shit don't work. That's why.
Stop
Get out of
forcing
Come
to
on,
do
We
man.
left that
that.
back in the
Come
80s.
on,
Stop
man.
it.
Pulling
That's
All
out
right.
back in the
does
Don't
80s,
work.
Come
don't
bro.
on,
tell
man.
them
Let me.
that.
Back in
Let
the
Okay.
them
Okay.
80s.
Okay.
If
understand.
your
Let me.
pull-out game is
Let me
weak, then it's
explain.
weak.
Hold
But
on, King
pull-out does
Spark.
work.
Hold on, King Spark. Let me explain the pull-out method to you right now. I'm Nigerian, so my children have Nigerian middle names. But what I originally wanted to name them was "Oops" and "My Bad." That's what pull-out does. That's what pulling out does to people. That shit
Oh
don't work.
man.
Okay, well look, Trigger Mike. Okay,
Just
so like my
explain
baby boy's
pull-out
middle
game,
name
man.
should be Patron. Okay,
For
but
real.
So
but the thing
My
is
first.
that two out of the three pull out method works.
I was like,
It
go
does.
ask my
two out
go
of
ask my
three.
wife what
It does.
baby's nickname, first baby, was Ugly Sweater Christmas Party, Bar Crawl. That's what her middle name should be.
Look out, Trick Mike. Let me ask you a question too, right? Since we being real, right?
100.
If you about to
I was
if you about
100%
to
in
lay
my
down
pull-out
with a
game. I don't
woman,
know.
right?
Say
If
again.
you about to lay down with a woman, right?
Yep.
If the first thing that go across your mind is, God damn, I think I need a condom, you shouldn't be there.
I think you about to just take the level of
Really?
I
I'm
toxicity
have to
just
that's
Wait,
agree with
are
you.
already
you
I'm
on
wait,
this
was
just
you
I don't care if
advocating
your
saying.
for
mama
I don't know
slap.
about
I'm
that.
I
just
don't
to
care if
new
your
heights.
mama
saying.
slap. Just
Are you
come on,
If
give
that's
your
advocating
the
for
mama
first
slap.
thing
abstinence?
that come across your mind is, damn, I need a condom with her, there's no way you should be where you at with that woman.
That part.
I think
In a
there's some
Yes,
in
truth
a
to that.
way.
I
abstinence.
think there's some truth to
Yes.
that.
Good message.
Wait. Are you saying that you should
No, that
wait?
Joy, that's not what he
King,
was saying. He was
wait,
he
King,
was
King Spark.
basically saying she got to look good enough to hit it raw. He's being the most the most toxic person on this
No.
panel.
He's not even
Literally
saying
went
it.
from
He's not
Blake
even. I
to
don't.
King
He
Spark
ain't even.
in all of
He,
2 minutes.
he's just gauging. He's just gauging like whether or not you should really like. Pretty much asking because us men we have our red flags too. So it's kind of like if you're looking
No,
at a girl and you're
so
about to maybe hit it, but you having a second thought like maybe I should wrap it up. What he's saying is if you have that kind of feeling or pit in your stomach, you probably shouldn't really be hitting it in the first place.
Okay.
At
That's
all.
what he's
I
saying.
Exactly.
misunderstood that. I do
He's
not
That's
going
what
off
I'm
of
I
your
agree.
saying.
point
I
of
do not
That's what I'm
STDs and this and
saying.
that. He's going off of that point as well, and he's also talking about just first of all on the basis level choosing better, but on the second thought, like he's also talking about how we were I was hearing this like a while ago, but it pertains to all men how we have post-nut clarity where sometimes we do have to have like a talk in the mirror about like dude, what did you just do? Like you need to leave and you need to like not come
That's
back.
right. That's
And you
right.
have to like wash your dick off. You gotta like even though and I use peroxide sometimes maybe some
alcohol,
like
whole
you
alcohol.
I don't do the alcohol. I do peroxide because I don't want it burning. But just stuff like that. Like nah, you women, we're not going to
You
tell
don't
you
want
women
to
on the
you don't
first
want to
date,
kill
but it
99.9% of
happens.
those
It
children.
happens.
Hey,
Our school
nobody
That
should be
system has
going
I
to
that
do
failed
goes
that.
to
advocate
that goes
for
to
Hey,
you
that
back.
hey,
goes
I
to
do
the
hey,
really
point.
System
that. I
has
take it
You're
failed
not
back.
us.
trying to kill 99.9% of the germs. Is that what
hey, you
We
know
ain't
it's
trying to
like a
use
knock called
Clorox,
nine.
but
Boy,
I can.
y'all old
No, it
heads that
doesn't
done
have
some
to
stuff
look
in y'all
though.
life,
Like
huh?
you could be burning from a
Oh
previous
yeah, we've done
woman. So
stuff in
why
our
would
life.
you
That's why
even
we're
think
old.
that? Like
Say
you
again?
have to advocate. I thought you were advocating. I thought you were advocating for not having sex raw
No, he was
and
Not
not.
not
having
having
sex.
sex
No,
with a woman you don't
Okay,
want
I
to have a
can't. I
family
don't think.
with.
Hold on,
Because
hold on, hold on,
that's
hold
the
on.
mindset.
I hear you though. I hear you. I can't see you, but I hear you. But check this out, right? You're saying advocating for not having sex raw,
raw.
right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you let a man perform oral sex on you? Because if you
Not unless
do,
we're gonna have raw sex.
Well, that's what I'm
I
saying.
was
So are we even
married
having
with
Oh,
sex
damn,
or
you
we
just kind of
not?
made
kids.
his point.
This is
What are
exactly
we?
what you should be doing when you're trying to have children. There should be all of those things. And that's what we were doing. But if my son is not, I'm not going to tell my son to go out there and perform oral sex on this woman you don't want to have children with, to have raw sex with this woman you don't want to have children. Like, this sounds like bad advice. So I
No,
obviously wouldn't give it to him.
theoretically you're right, but also the numbers say not gonna have sex with more women than you want to have children with, and you better if you want the woman you have children with to even want them, because
Right.
you're gonna have to know something before you get down that road. Come
Oh
on,
my
man,
God. So
it's
you
You're
like
guys
right.
that.
You're
are
right
all
about that.
agreeing with this? You all agree with
No, no,
Yeah, no,
absolutely
not.
not.
Come on, man. He's saying the
No,
same
It's
I
thing.
know
I'm
the
saying.
reality,
science
hey,
behind
man.
it.
hey,
Absolutely
It's
not.
reality.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
He's
Are we
saying
it
it
saying
how
sounds
he
real or we
understands
not being
things in a
real?
different way.
it sounds good, but it's not. The point is nobody should be having raw sex with somebody they're not in a serious relationship with.
But
period.
I mean, that's
Right.
it.
that
That's the
sounds
message. Now, wait, let me finish. We know that that's the utopian message, but
right.
that's the message because the question on the floor is, what would you tell your son, your young son,
Hmm.
going into this market? So I would tell him that if this is a person that you're not married to or having a serious relationship, you should not be raw dogging anybody. And putting your mouth on that thing is absolutely out of the goddamn question.
Thank
So
you.
so
No munching, Mr. Rich. No munching.
and let me tell
Man,
you, that was my to see. I had a metric when I was sexually active. If I wouldn't go down on a woman, I didn't want to have sex with her at all. So
that's
if
Oh,
I
I
looked
different.
at
understand
her
this the
and
most.
she
Well,
wasn't like tongue worthy, I didn't want to have sex with her.
You got
You
good
know,
standards,
so
sir. That's a good
Y'all
standard.
anyhow,
remember?
Solid standards.
Y'all
yeah,
remember when oral sex used to be nasty?
Yes.
I remember.
So,
Yeah.
so,
But
Yeah.
now
so,
people are in
so
their
hold on, hold on.
butts, so now they
Let me
don't
tell
care
you
about
why
oral
dudes are
sex.
violating that now. So
it
I've
is still
known not
nasty.
only there are so many munches now because that's actually how they get the draws to begin with.
Oh
They just be
hell.
lying. Be like, yeah, I'm just gonna just let me do that. You know what I'm saying? You know, let me get down there. It's not
No,
the
but
only way to get
listen.
the
I
sex
think
draws.
y'all are
Trigger Mike,
It's a
don't
undermining.
way
tell the
in.
tricks.
It's a way
You
I
in.
telling
think
the
y'all are,
tricks. You telling
It's
the
a way
tricks,
in.
You
Trigger
telling the
Mike.
truth.
Wow.
man. I
I'm so
think
I can
y'all
old.
are
speak.
I'm so
I think
undermining.
you guys
old.
are.
I was talking
I think
about the
y'all are.
massage. That's how old I am. Let me honey, let me
Yeah,
give you
Yeah,
a
let me give you a
massage.
Yeah.
massage.
I think you're
Just
under.
let out
I
like
think
the
Imagine that.
Chinese
It
girl.
went from massage to Netflix and chill to some other stuff. It gets
To
carried
what
away.
Trigger Mike said.
That's
No,
Yeah.
you did not, man.
No, it went from a massage to let's go down to the. Well, I grew up in Cali, but yeah, let's go down to the beach. That was the one
Jesus
too.
Christ.
Drive down to the beach.
Or the point or wherever it was in your place. But I can speak. I don't know if anyone was able to answer this earlier when you guys were discussing it, but about younger teenage guys going for older women. As one who was 17 who messed with like a 52-year-old, I can tell you that they like, you know, you're not readily looking for that, but they are looking for you, right? And I think it is about feeling energy from a younger person versus someone in your own peer group. If you're a 52-year-old or something woman and you're having sex with 40-year-olds or the 50-year-olds in your peer group, if you're opening up to your pool of, teenagers or horny ass teenagers, and you're inviting one in, the kind of energy that you get during that session is a world of difference than having sex with someone in your own peer group. So yeah, I had my first you know 52-year-old at
You're
17,
gonna
and
get Blake started
you
again,
know
I would
man.
say this though. I would
Tell you,
definitely say this though. If you are young and you're
I'm
gonna have sex with a 52-year-old or in that range, you need to be financially compensated for making that lady's day.
Hey, now
but
we
then,
Because
talking.
oh
you
Now
come
we
on,
you
man.
really you
talking.
need to
Look,
be. You
PS5s on
need to
deck.
be.
look. Somebody finally
You
kept it
need to
real
PS5.
be
on. Hear me
That's
out. Hear me out.
for
prostitution.
Hear me
real.
out. No, it's
What?
not.
No,
We're
Joy,
keeping it real.
come
I
on
ain't talking
now.
about no. I wasn't
we
talking
I'm
about
need
a
just saying.
17-year-old
no
man.
Joy. Don't spoil this
Uh,
public service announcement. You
Oh
will.
my
I'm just
yeah,
God.
yeah.
saying.
All I was
I'm
talking
just
about was
saying.
a young. All I was talking about earlier was a younger man, like maybe in his 20s or whatever, 20 to 25. If he want to get his whatever off, it's more beneficial to get with an older woman if you know you just want to do that and not have
And you
kids.
should be
Now,
compensated
listen,
though. You
listen.
should
If
be
you want,
compensated.
listen. Okay, I ain't knocking that either, but
That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. But what I'm saying is, if you want to build a relationship with a young lady, then of course you would get a woman that's within your age range. That's why I think y'all took my statement out of context. But the gentleman upstairs said exactly what I was talking about, and he actually did it, and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm not fronting. I'm just keeping it real. And it's the fact. It's true. Now everybody's quiet because now you know I was right in the beginning. Thank you.
No,
I had
no,
never
we just
heard
letting you.
anyone say that. That
We
was
just
my
letting
All
you
right, hold on,
freely.
hold on.
Yeah, we
Let's
just
get
being
to the new
respectful.
panelist.
That's all. We just being
Let's get to the new
respectful.
panel. Uncle Stepdaddy, what's going on?
What's good, fella? What's good, everybody? What's good, Trigger Mike?
Oh, chilling, my bro. What you got?
I'm honestly just catching y'all at this point because I'm at work. I'm on a break. I was just catching y'all.
Well, y'all sure do be engaging with us at work. I want to know how y'all doing all this. Because Coco, you ain't slick. I see that earpiece up here. You be like, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be here too long. I am looking
They
around,
about
but
to
I
check
had
that
to.
internet. They about to check that internet. Like, what is she logged into for this?
No, but I just had to address Mr. Holmes because I work with young people. I'm like, oh no. Even if what you're saying is, I'm not even gonna say if it's correct, but I'm saying that just most likely that's not an alternative more young people would choose to. Again, you'd be surprised how young people don't even when it comes to condom uses, how to properly use a condom, how people think
Yeah.
that you can't get STIs by doing certain things or having certain, entry points. It's amazing when you talk to young people how sometimes they're clueless about sex because all they see about sex is it's fun. I need to
Yeah.
get it from multiple people, as many people as I can, and not the other things that come with it. That's why we have these conversations. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry about stepdaddy.
I
I'll
respect
be
that.
quiet, but that's why I stepped in.
No,
Oh
I
man,
respect. I
we give
respect
it.
that. I respect that. But I'm just
We
keeping it real, though. I'm just
All right,
keeping it
Uncle
real.
Stepdaddy.
I respect exactly what you're saying. I come from a family of educators. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, sometimes they derail from what you're teaching, and they do what they want to do anyway. They're not kids at a certain point. You know what I'm saying?
I
I'm
understand, but they
just
don't
being
want to do
honest.
All right.
2-year-olds. That's all I'm
And I'm
I was
talking
gonna
saying.
say,
about.
let's let Uncle Stepdaddy get in. I kind of cut him off.
I'm
Go
like,
ahead,
why
sir.
is this really? But nah, it's out. When it comes to that, I think I caught the part when you said, "What would I tell my son?" I got a son. So I got
Yep.
4 girls and 1 boy. Got 5 kids, 5 different women. So when it comes
That's
to
why you
this,
got all them girls, by the way. Just wanna let
exactly. So when it comes to those extremes, I've touched every mountaintop and all of that. I'd have been with the younger ones to older ones. The oldest woman I've been with when I was younger, probably like 56, 57. So basically, I was hitting somebody old enough to be my grandma, because I get all of this right here. But what I would tell my boy, and I even had this talk, I said, "Hey man, don't make the same mistakes I did. Not saying that y'all are mistakes, but don't do that. You see me, I got 5 kids. I have 5 different people. You know what I'm saying? That means I'm stretching my time. Like Johnny Taylor used to say, I'm spreading myself too thin. You know what I'm saying? So that's exactly what I was doing. And I'd spread my money across 5 different households, things like that. So with that being said, learn from my mistakes and others. I tell them the same thing my daddy said. Learn from your mistakes and others. I was like, hey, this little round thing right here, use it if it ever get to there. Or even better, vet the person that you plan on being with. Or either wait till you get married to lay down with somebody. That's what I should have did. I should at least marry one of my kids, mom, but I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Marrying up being community dickhead in my teens and 20s. You know what I'm saying? So, but I would try to tell, I would always tell my people, and tell anybody that's watching this, be very mindful about where you plant your seed and where you hang your hat. Because fellas,
Let me
I'm
ask
gonna
you a
tell you
question,
something.
bro. Can
Yeah.
I ask you a question?
Hold on,
You
let
came in
him
with
finish.
my thing is that I tell these fellas on here, everybody in the chat, you give away your dick, you give away your power. But go ahead.
Indeed. All right. Who else didn't go?
How many of those older women did you get pregnant?
2.
Oh,
Got him. Told you.
oh,
Roger,
Okay.
explain.
In
Okay.
real time
Okay.
on the same episode. We gave us a crisis or whatever. I'm sorry, we gave a hypothesis and the damage it caused. 2.
Okay.
And these are 2 of your kids now?
Yep.
Damn.
Well,
We,
see,
we,
but
we,
but you
Blake,
gotta
how
Blake,
old
understand.
were
strategy,
they?
Blake.
Hold
Huh?
on,
How old were
Black and
they?
White.
I had my first kid at 19.
How old was the mama?
Like I was the mama like 32, 33.
Okay. Do you have any
And
baby mama that was over 40 at the time?
one.
Whenever you was doing what you was doing,
Yeah.
they were over 40 and you had a baby mama?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey,
Blake,
you should
God
have
there's
seen the old
no
picture of me,
stopping it.
bro.
That was bad advice, Blake. That was bad advice.
I used to have to beat women over with a stick when I was younger, bro. Like for real, I needed a catching mitt for all the pussy to get thrown at me, bro.
Hey,
But listen, Trigger Mike, we gotta understand when we're giving advice to our sons, our goal should be for them to get married. Our goals, like most of the time, if you get a young man and he's having sex with these older women, he's not getting married. He's like, because he doesn't experience some things that is really hard for him to just say, I'm just going to settle down with one woman. What people don't understand that I believe the more sex you have, the harder it is for anybody to be monogamous.
But excuse, I don't mean to cut you off, but as you say that, we talking to the younger, we have to take into consideration that you not most of the time, you're not even financially ready to take on no wife at that age. You gotta get to a certain type of station. You don't believe so?
No,
you gotta take care of yourself
well
well before you can take care of someone else.
We have miscategorized and completely scared the shit out of all of our people. Don't tell me Jose, Aladdin, and T'Challa out here getting married and building the home with their woman. But we telling black boys they got to have it all figured out. You're destroying their chances. Literally, the longer they wait, the less likely it is to happen. We should still be telling them that they should be in IKEA marriages. Isn't that what Kevin Samuels called? Y'all take care of each other. Y'all both working. All right, because this is the reason, King Spark. This is the one pushback I have from that. If you don't tell them to do it early enough, they're gonna suffer the consequences anyway. How many of them make it to 35 without a kid? None of, but damn near none of them. So if we don't tell them to do it earlier, they're gonna reduce their chances of having it and have 2-3 kids or 1 or 2 kids here and there. If we don't tell them to lock it.
But it goes back to the conversation from the other day about the standards, right? In order to have a family, like the women's standards are so high, like you can't just. They don't want 50-50. They don't want you got to come in there and take care of.
Ask them to bring their baby daddy outside, and they'll show you. I'll show you their standard.
But
it's a facade.
But we talking about marriage.
But marriage, I think when it comes to
most
advice,
of them wanted to marry their baby father. So, like he's saying, bring their baby father out, and they'll show you their standards. It's not too high. Men can reach that.
Yeah,
and really, a lot of women tell you their fantasy. They're not telling you what they're telling you. A fantasy. They're telling you, like, ooh, if I could have anything, pie in the skies, like if I could hit the lotto. That's really what a lot of women are saying. They're not just because they say that's what they would want. Is they can end up with something outside of the fantasy.
It depends on the caliber of woman, though. I mean, it depends on the caliber of woman as well, too. Because I'm not gonna lie, like if you're dealing with, like, let's say my woman, just the outside stuff, right? 6 figures, blah 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 blah. That puts a little bit more pressure on you to provide.
Yeah, but that's the women in this echo chamber
it's a
that
little
we're
bit
in.
different.
That's the women in this echo chamber that we're in. So it skews everybody, right? I mean, the standard woman out there is not doing the 666 thing, because we're going to different places on YouTube. And I agree that if a guy is on purpose, even as he graduates from college or whatever, he has a trade, even when he's in his 20s, he doesn't expect to be where he's at in his 30s. But that doesn't mean he shouldn't cleave to a woman. He just got to find a woman who's willing to build with him. Right. So, and if there's a woman who says, well, I want to wait at the finish line, then she's just not for him.
Yeah, I
You know,
wouldn't say that. I wouldn't recommend to marry. I wouldn't recommend to preach marriage early for your son. I mean
what's
that has
early?
to.
What's early
What are
though?
you
I mean,
talking
in your
about?
20s,
25, 30?
in your 20s. I
But
mean,
see,
how
Hey,
responsible
no,
is any 20-year-old?
I disagree. You get
I
married
disagree with
when
him
you're
too.
ready. You
So
get
no,
married
listen.
when you got.
See, what we don't talk about is most men, their most options they have is in college. This is when they're gonna be around the most amount of women. So
Both ways. Both
this
ways.
idea that he shouldn't get married when he got most of his options in college, I think is completely crazy.
Yeah,
Now,
but he's not tapped out. A man is not tapped out in options when he's 20. That may be his height of his
We
like
didn't say
I
when you're when you're
20.
20 when you're
In his
20 something, you're
20s.
discovering a
so the
lot about
average,
yourself that you
yeah.
still don't know as a man. Like
So
at
What
so
difference
40
does
is a
that make?
different
Stop,
wait,
world.
hold
wait a
on.
minute. So
Right.
you
You
can't learn
find
that
that
when
out
you're
Yeah.
married?
together with
You
your
really don't
partner.
know.
All right, hold
You
You
on. Yeah.
find
can't
that out
learn that when
together
you're
with your partner
So what
yeah.
E-Man is
When
really
in
referring
your
to.
20s.
So we also got to remember, because not all men, like especially black men, don't go to college for real no more. So if we're talking about college age, the average age of first marriage now is like 29.7 years of age. So we still got to remember that he's gonna meet this woman maybe around 25. So even still in that 20 zone, right, mid 20s, you better get the woman or find the woman, even if you're not gonna marry her right away. It's not like you're gonna marry her within 6 months. Y'all gonna develop a relationship. These days, y'all might even live together and like that. Sometimes you're gonna have a kid together, whatever. But you got to meet them within that time. Because the one reason I'm not gonna tell my son to wait is because look at all the 30-year-old women. Listen, I'm glad I got out the game. I got lucky. Because how many bodies a woman that's 35-year-old to talk about I don't want to consider marriage till I'm 30? How many bodies this woman got on her?
A lot.
All these, like,
well,
we know
not
mentally
only just the
women with this
bodies,
many
but
bodies are
not
screwed
just
up in the head, and they're
not
not
just the
all smart.
bodies. It's the older they are, the more set in their ways they are too. And
Yes,
that's
sir.
it's hard to somebody has it's just harder to cleave with somebody the older you get. I mean, you set in your ways. You don't like this here, the toilet seats up, and you want to have a condition fit and shit, and all that kind of stupid stuff. So my wife was 26 when I married her, but I was like 29, 28, 29, something like that. So I mean, I was relative. I was still in my 20s, but I was an engineer. I was looking for a wife when I was like 27 years old. It took me a couple of years to find her. So and I was happy she was young. I met her when she was 25, got engaged, and been together. So listen, I think it's wrong to tell somebody not married when they're ready and they're in their 20s. And they're not kids anymore. And they out there stroking a whole lot of honeys all through your 20s, and her getting a lot of riding a carousel. So that's not experience. And for most people, it's just trauma.
How
So
would you
if they can
define?
get
How would you
together, they can
define
learn
ready?
with each other.
How would you define
All right.
ready?
When they ready. Now I don't have to define it for them, right? If I'm not going to tell somebody just because you're 25, you shouldn't get married. I don't think that's
Right.
good advice.
I'm
And
saying,
you know
but
what,
You
my well, for my husband, he told me that, and I tell this to women all the time. You can't force a man to be ready. A man is ready when he knows he's ready. My husband told me before he met me, he's like, I met you at the right time because I want to be married and I was ready to be married. You couldn't convince me otherwise before I was at the time that I'm like, look, I want to be married, that I was going to be married because that wasn't me. That's not, it wasn't my mind. But when I settled in myself that I said I want to be married, and then we met. So you can't, and like, I try to tell women, you can't force a man to be ready. He could be a nice guy, he could be a great person, but if he doesn't want to get married, he's not going to get married, and you trying to coerce him is going to end up being worse for you than it is if you would just be like, look, let me find someone who wants to be married. So that's why I tell all my girlfriends, if you're serious about relationships, you need to find yourself a marriage minded man. And marriage minded men are serious men. They're straight to the point. They have time for no games. They're going to let you know what they're about straight up,
but
sooner than later.
I don't think they're young though. I don't think
I don't
they're
think they're
young though.
22. I don't think those men are 22.
I
That's
Those
the
got,
those
crazy
men
bit.
aren't young.
I got a question
But
for
the
you guys. Let me ask the
Those
question because I want to understand, especially for King. So, what do you feel a man can learn and maybe enter the Black Jacket Dragon? What do you think a man can learn by sleeping around to about 35? What could he learn from being promiscuous, sleeping around, doing these things that can help him in his marriage?
How to satisfy a woman.
Well, that's one thing. I don't think
How to satisfy
I
a
don't think it
woman.
has to be. I don't think it has to be an extreme as far as like being promiscuous. But it's a lot of things you can learn. You can learn the nature of a woman. You can learn how to deal with a woman. You can learn a woman's tolerance.
But every
it's a lot of things to learn.
Well,
the reason I disagree with that. Hold on, because women are not the same. I know we try to paint them into this thing.
Right.
Listen,
right.
I'd rather be with the same woman for 5 to 10 years to learn her than to try to get a whole bunch of random women and learn them, and then just say, "Hey, now I know everything about my wife."
You're right.
Okay, but that's a mating.
Right.
Okay, but those are different mating strategies. What you're
True,
saying right there.
And let me say this. How are you gonna sell to a young man that just getting his first little piece anyway? That he just even the idea of I want to be with this one woman for the next 10 years.
Society often tells society often tells a broke man he doesn't deserve a girl, while when he makes his bag or makes his money, it tells him he's only entitled to have one.
But hold on for a second. You guys are conflating.
We don't believe that.
Because
you guys are conflating a lot of issues.
Y'all got me going.
You guys
over time,
conflating a lot of issues. There are men who get married at when you're ready, you're ready. Whether you have a lot of money, not have a lot of girls or not. And how many NFL and basketball players get married in their early 20s? They just got out. They get this bag. But hold on, let me finish saying this. They come out. You can't just put it on money. They're still young. They're 21, 22. And you know what? They become some of the best players because they're focused from the early age on. They got families and they got wives. They got purpose. And so
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, but they're coached to be married for image. If you're going to be in the limelight like that, they're going to coach up image. So image consists of you being married, right? If you want to progress in your career.
So you telling me the coach is telling them to go ahead and get a girl so you can make the draft?
All right, hold on, y'all. I got y'all got me running over. So to close out the show, we're gonna get 10 seconds or less. I want y'all to yell at these kids, tell them how they messing up, and tell them how they can do better. 10 seconds or less. We're gonna start with Coco. Go ahead.
Real quick, we had a relationship forum, and it was interesting to understand guys' perspective because women talk all day long, and a lot of guys don't want to be sleeping with a whole bunch of women. They do want to be in a relationship, but what the outside message is that you need to be with a lot of women, this that, and the other. A lot of men, if you really talk to them, just don't want to be with a whole bunch of women. So that's my final.
Gotcha. King Spark, 10 seconds or less. Yell at their ass.
I would just say, just try to choose better, vet better, and everything that glitter ain't gold.
Damn sure ain't. You right. It's a Black Dragon.
Stay off of social media. Keep your pants up. Quit looking at that teacher. Quit twerking on. Get off of TikTok. Quit twerking on TikTok.
You literally gave the most impossible things for them to do.
But that's what I'm yelling at these damn kids about.
All right, bet. Like literally, they're gonna do none of that. I'll put money on it. All right, Uncle Stepdaddy, yell at these kids.
You know what? I'm gonna talk to these dudes, man. Hey, that dick will make a slave out you, and your dick is your power.
Dick is power. I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt. No, never mind. Pause. No, I wouldn't. E-Man.
I'm just gonna say this. Stop listening to these old dudes because a lot of them don't know what the fuck they talking about. They don't know what they talk about. I'm gonna tell you this right here. Everybody who's single got marriage advice. If they ain't married, I'm pretty sure if they're not applying it to their own life, they don't know what the hell they talk about majority of the time. So that's all I gotta say.
Got you. Callie Beth.
If you don't value your private parts, nobody else will.
A message. Joy, what you got? Yell at these kids.
Regardless of what these gentlemen are telling you, you need to understand that your seed is very valuable and you need to treat it as such. Make sure that you're not having sex with people that you don't want to have children with, that you don't want to build a family with. I don't care what these people are saying. It's better for you and it's better for your legacy for you to wait.
Indeed. I'm gonna go. I'm not even gonna go with you, Mr. Rich, because you're gonna say something profound. I'm gonna go with Granville because he's gonna be toxic. Go ahead, Granville.
You old heads in one stream, in one single stream, have showed every young dude around this country why we don't listen to y'all. In one stream, you have proven every young dude mindset that you old heads is old and y'all don't know what y'all talking about, and y'all a bunch of freaks.
I don't think I can deny anything you said just now, Granville. Mr. Rich, take us out.
Well, yeah, I would just say, listen, practice dick discipline, and if you're not marriage minded with a woman, don't go raw, man. Just don't. I don't care what she says. If you're not ready, don't go raw. And I would be talking about those 18 to 21 years that you'll be in financial hell if you make one mistake. Because as soon as you release your seed, you have no control after that. Period. And so you gotta, just gotta have that exercise. And I would hammer that home. And I would also say, listen, if you find the right girl and you're in your early 20s, 20 something, I would say take a chance. Because a woman, you can find the nature of a woman with just one woman. I mean, I've been married to my wife for 35 years and she still surprises me with some shit from time to time.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, that's what I would say. All
righty. I want to thank the panelists today. See y'all next time.
Read them super chats.
I'm going to read them super chats. Appreciate that. You toxic, but you on time. All right. My man, Clement Gray. Let's goes back to Genesis 3:16. You all right, sir? Uncle Mike and the Old Heads Podcast. What's up? The Real Pookie. Stats show men overwhelmingly don't fight for full custody. Let's be real. Men of all socioeconomic levels ain't trying to raise their kids full time. You don't know that. The Real Pookie. 37% of black women, 34% of black men reportedly have had STDs. Either man, you are wrong. It's the successful men who waited complaining. Hence the manosphere. Find out that hard work ain't pay off. That's a woman. For sure. King Spark, $57.99, $10. Appreciate that. Obviously ain't none of y'all ever heard of pulling out. King Spark, that stuff don't work. Granville Guillory, $2. R. Payne been eating since 1874. He's stupid. Definitely 95% of this panel eat cheeks. I don't. Kobe went 5th in the train. All right, that's terrible. I shouldn't even said that one. I want to appreciate y'all for coming out to the Trigger Mike Show today. If you can, drop a financial contribution. If you cannot, share this out to everyone. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Hit that like button on your way out. Also, go over to the Trigger Mike Show. Put me on your Instagram. Put me on your YouTube. Go ahead, subscribe to my channel for some shorts. That's Trigger Mike Show, or at Trigger Mike Show on YouTube and Instagram. Also, I want you to like and subscribe to the Lapeef Experience as well as the Lapeef Network. We had a great panel today, great discussion. All right, y'all, tomorrow we'll have another topic for you. Make sure to tune in on the Trigger Mike Show, the best show on YouTube. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm out.